Okay, everybody. So sorry about that. Yeah, I started a little early because I needed to test the mic out and the camera. I was having issues with the camera that I had, and then some issues with the mic. So hopefully everybody can hear me now. I hope it's not too choppy. I did switch out laptops. I had to work on the other one, and the camera that I had is acting up. I might have to get another camera soon because I don't use the other cameras that I would normally use for a stream, just because I've been doing some different things with different setup. Again, like I said, there's changes coming to this channel. I've already changed out some of the branding, if you will, just to give it more, just a different look. But just want to say welcome to everybody who's here tonight. Again, if you haven't seen the title of this stream tonight, it's going to be about how incremental change harms us and even kills us. Yes, it's that serious. But before we get to that tonight, I just want to say hello, welcome. This is a live stream. I always preference this, that live streams are people come in, they can talk, they can express themselves in the chat, and then I will read out loud what everybody's saying. Welcome to everybody that is here. Again, I apologize for earlier. I came on a little early just to test out the equipment before we begin having this discussion. Again, don't be shy. I won't be either. I will always try to preference everything I do under the topic. Sometimes we get a little off topic on these streams, just kind of how the natural flow of conversation goes. But we will be talking about. Good afternoon, gamer. Hello, welcome back. I'm so glad you're back. But yeah, so tonight, we're going to talk about incremental change and how it harms us, and we're always going to make it fun. It's always interactive. So we'll start in a little bit, but before we do, and we're gonna start right at 6. Like I said, I came a little early just to test some stuff out, and we can talk about anything else if you want. What's up, Book of Rhymes? How you doing? Good to see you. Right now, I'm listening to this song. I don't know if you can see that. That's the artist. That's the music I'm listening to in the background. It's a good song. I actually was listening to some Billie Holiday earlier, which is this song. The song is called Solitude, if you don't know anything about it. Yes, I'm a jazz girl. I love jazz. Yes, ooh, Billy, yeah. Well, come in. Again, this is supposed to be a relaxed time. If you have not spent time with me in terms of having conversations, or you haven't seen any of them, you will quickly learn that this is meant to be a comfortable space. We try to get as comfortable and talk as much as we like about the thing that we are discussing. So if you feel the need, come in the chat and talk. I do read the chat. If I have a hard time pronouncing your name, I apologize. I always kind of go with whatever people want me to call them. Unless it's something crazy, then I won't. Unless it's something too crazy, then I might not do it. But typically, I go off the names that are listed in the chat. So if you, for example, gamer, I go by the last portion of it. Rhymes, sometimes I'll say the full portion of it. So just so you know, but please express yourself. Within reason, I suppose. We all know how to handle ourselves here. We're all adults and shit. Again, I said this before. Make sure you got your libations and snacks. Get comfortable. This is meant to be a warm place to be. So I got my candles going. Like I said, I'm the kind of lady who likes to set the mood. Got my teas and stuff. Teas and crumpets. Always California's finest on these particular streams, and obviously some water. So the first thing I want to say that I will be talking about some of the things that are happening in Texas. If you have family members that are there and they're going through some of the changes, I hope you are doing well. I wish I could help. But as you know, I always tell people I'm limited like everybody else. Um, Gamer says, I made curry, honey, chickpeas, and rice. Oh, that sounds delicious. Well, earlier today, I actually had meat today. I had some steak. Delicious. My roommate made steak. And I was like, it wasn't too bad, but I didn't have like all the steak. It wasn't like that. It was like no big piece of meat, cut them in strips. I think it was like 5 strips on a plate of this beautiful salad that he made. It was all different types of kale, onions, peppers, apples. There was nuts in there as well. He's a really good cook. So that was real fun. I think the other night I made, what did I make the other night? I think I had, what did I make? I think it was like a sweet potato blend that I made. That was pretty good. Trying to switch it up a little bit, I've been going for more walks, and unfortunately, that's not always a good thing. I got stopped today by somebody that made me feel highly uncomfortable, and I wasn't sure how to like act. So I was just, cordial, and I was thinking I have to find a different route to walk. I really gotta like. It's crazy how many different routes I've had to figure out, like, you know, to be to feel comfortable. But anyway, so if you know anybody who's in Texas, I will be talking about some of the stuff that's been happening in Texas. I will be talking about things that are happening in the news and relating it back to the subject. Again, if you feel the spirit or the need to express yourself, please say it in the comments, and I will do my best to bring it into the conversation. Okay. And again, like I said, we're going to start at 6 with that discussion because it's going to be kind of in depth. I'm going to ask people to really think about what's going on as I have this discussion. I will probably refer to things in here that I do in other streams. I typically will reference books, political stuff. Like, I'm trying to think of some books that I have in my Audible. Yes, I have an Audible. I'm one of those girls. I have books all around, and I have Audible. But you can you can listen to some of that stuff on like YouTube or trying to think. What was I listening to the other day? Because today I think I was listening to some Robert Greene. Yeah, I think I mentioned Kill Switch as a good book. Smart People Should Build Things, the political book by Andrew Yang, where he talks about how people should be entrepreneurs. The War on Normal People, that's a good one. The Deficit Myth is a good one because the Deficit Myth pretty much delves into how governments, are sovereign states, and they can, money's, not real. They create all this stuff, and they need to invest in people and worry about the deficits that matter, opposed to the myths and fairy tales that they want to push on us, make it seem like there's not enough to go around. So anyway, great books all around. Do you speed walk? Do I speed walk? Sometimes I speed walk. Even though I just think I'm walking normal. Sometimes people say I walk fast, but I think I'm just walking at my normal pace. But it was frustrating because there's only certain times of the day that I can go outside. Because usually when I go out, I'm covered. I don't have like my chest out or anything. Usually I'm covered because the particular disease that I have. But when I do go outside, like today was a nice day. And I just went outside like normal, and it was a lot happened. But anyway, I will be having some California's finest because it's Friday, and I think I deserve a little pick me up, just because I don't know. These past couple of weeks have been hard for me, have been kind of difficult. So Yeah. So how's everybody else been? Yeah, but that's also why I'm drinking all this water too, because bitch, gotta stay hydrated. Gotta stay hydrated. I hope everybody's week has gone okay. I mean, I know it's only so much, like, I guess it can go okay considering some of the stuff that's happening, around you know, around the country. So I think I watched something with Joe Biden today where he was talking to a governor and he was saying that, uh, yeah, that minimum wage thing ain't gonna happen. Like the increase, because remember they're supposed to do an increase or something like that. And I guess he's kind of taking it back and saying like, yeah, oh, that's probably not going to happen. And I was just like, and all you people thought that Biden was really going to like, you know, get right, but he's doing the complete opposite of getting right. So it's kind of, I don't know, it makes me kind of laugh, but it's also sad at the same time because it's so pathetic. They just don't want to give people what they need. That's actually quite pathetic. I'm just hoping that the people I care about and other people stay strong throughout all this. And I guess fight if they can. If they can't, then that's a whole nother thing. But it's kind of how that goes. So he said the snow sub-zeroed you today. Is this a reference to the fact that the new Mortal Kombat trailer came out? Is that what were you trying to be slick or something? Is that what was happening? Hey, Pierre. Okay, so let's start a little bit early. Incremental change. The reason why this came up is because I was assessing some of the stuff that's been happening, some of the things that have been occurring, not necessarily just through 2019, 20, and 21 with the COVID situation, right? And seeing the changes that are happening with the healthcare system, right? And how it's not really working because it's not designed to work that way. It's designed to make money. It's not designed to be sustainable in the capacity that it is. Okay. And how incremental changes in healthcare have caused like a domino effect, right? Some people say negative feedback loop, right? So this same thing is happening with Texas, right? Infrastructure, um, the incremental changes to education also prevent people from realizing that climate change is a thing. If people deny climate change now, I don't know what to tell you because Texas has never been in this type of situation. This is why they're feeling such devastation because they weren't prepared for this. That also has to do with the fact that people deny science, right? Even though people labor over this, it's not like you're looking at your environment, you're making an assessment. They take a lot of time, and there's a lot of research done, and a lot of specialists around the world who are compositing these reports that climate change is happening. But this is all the issue of incremental change. And incremental change, which also we can refer back to Joe Biden talking about how they're going to gradually bring the $7 minimum wage to $15. And also how he's saying, oh, we can't make this thing work. For example, like I said earlier, he was talking about how He was talking to a governor saying that the minimum wage thing is not going to go through. Some people are kind of attributing that to him being just incoherent, like he doesn't remember things. But I'm contributing that to the fact that he's not trying to change anything. He said already before, like he's not actively working to like make like fundamental change. He said, I'm not going to make fundamental change. Like he said that. So how does incremental change harm us and kill us? Well, my friend and I were making a joke about this, about how like it's a sad joke, like not a funny haha joke, but like a sad joke, because slavery made it easy. And other people are like, oh my God, you're bringing up slavery, but hear me out. Slavery made it really easy for people to use and abuse each other and devalue each other, right? It became like a thing where like, oh, so we can devalue everybody, and we don't have to worry about, all we have to do is just worry about us. If we're sustainable, everything with us is fine, then we have to worry about these people over here. And with that comes the burden of, if you don't allow people into certain places or you give them incremental changes, for example, what they did to Black people, incremental changes, or anybody else who comes from oppressed groups, incremental change, they can't keep up to the fluxes that are happening in society. A lot of the people that are dealing with issues in Texas, a lot of people are dealing with like the COVID, disproportionately affecting their communities, is because they didn't have the tools. All the stuff came to them incrementally, so they couldn't prepare properly for anything, right? They couldn't. How could they? They were always at a disadvantage. So when the incremental change, and they never bring you up to the level of other people. Not saying equality, because I think equality is a trap in a lot of ways. The fact that they won't give people equity so they can even get to the point where they can protect themselves against stuff like this, because let's not confuse what's happening in the United States, okay? There are people who are doing fine, and there's people who aren't doing fine, okay? There's some people in Texas who are managing everything going on just fine because they had the extra funds to buy generators. They had the extra funds to buy a house where they could store all this extra food. They could be prepared because they had the ability to do it, because they weren't hindered, opposed to other people where when they say that they're being disenfranchised or oppressed or whatever, they get incremental changes. Things don't bend to them as much because they don't have enough political pull, money, resources to get the things they need for people to fight for them. Okay. COVID-19 has exposed a lot about how incremental change is not working. The slow change isn't working. I made the argument that the only way that I think there was only a couple of fields where incremental change could work, and it works. Medicine's the number one, because you can't just, I don't know if you've ever gone through treatment or if you've ever, you broke a bone or something, or a doctor's trying to introduce a new drug to you because maybe you need it. They don't give it to you in high dosage when they first meet you. They give it to you in incremental to get you adjusted to it. When you do it in society, especially in a time where there's severe poverty, and it's like in its layers to that severe poverty, like there's homelessness, people aren't purchasing things, so there's no goods being sold or traded. Like everything is depressed, everything is stifling because people are not getting help. What they should do is give people an abundance of things and stop making it seem like they can't give it. Okay. Because what it's doing is causing more harm than what they say. Oh, we gotta ease it. We gotta ease the society into it. You don't have to ease the society into it. How long have people been waiting to get more money? Like, you know what I mean? How long do you have to wait? How long do you have to wait before the government's like, okay, well, I guess we'll raise it to 25 cents. Oh, I guess we'll raise it up $1. Oh, I guess we'll raise up. The incremental changes makes no sense. People need help now. All you would do if you gave people resources now is that they could, get themselves a place to stay if they lost where they were, be able to buy supplies that they need to go on. It's almost like it's more of the wait, 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 wait. It's more of the waiting, like, oh, wait, we got to like ease into this. Just wait, calm down. Everything's fine. Just wait. That I find perplexing. If COVID-19 has not proven that incremental change is not a good thing, I don't know what's going to prove it to people. If you can't see that the denying of climate change is a bad thing, I don't know what to tell you. Because you're not arguing with me. This is not what I fundamentally believe. This is just the science. A bunch of people got together, scientists were like, I wonder what happened if you did this. If you made the environments hotter, would the animals die? If you made the environments colder, would the species die? And they're like, yeah, actually they would. It's amazing how people they want to pull out certain things that they believe as science. They want to pull certain things out, and then they want to leave certain things in. Some of the rationale that people come up with for like not believing some things and then not believing other things. Like people can rationalize if you bring a different species, like for example, I'll use this for Florida. They have invasive species that have come there, right? That live in like, what do you call them? I want to say ponds. I don't want to say they're ponds. Are they ponds? I want to say they're ponds, but live in their environment that should not be there. And they're so invasive that they have to start killing them and hunting them, so they don't, kill out the natural habitats. And I just think like you guys can understand that, but you can't understand that if the earth is getting hotter, then things might die. Okay, how about this? Nah, it's not lakes. I don't think they're lakes. I think they're like swamps, right? Well, anyway, so is it New Orleans? I'm trying to think. They have a very swampy area, and they had an invasive species come into where I think they're swamps, go into their swamps, and started killing off all the regular inhabitants. And so they actually hire people to go out and hire these particular invasive species so they don't keep killing all the natural habitat, the natural creatures that are there. So people can understand that because they can see the direct effect. But for some reason, people look at their environment and they say, well, I understand it's hotter this year than it was last year, but that's just the weather. Not thinking deeper into like what's causing it to get hotter. Texas example is a great example because they showed something that I have never seen before, which is they were capturing turtles because the turtles were starting to freeze to death. I don't know if you all seen this. If you've seen it, let me know. If you have not seen it, it was quite remarkable. They were catching all these turtles and putting them in a warehouse. I think they said they caught, like, at the time that I read it, I think they caught 4,000 turtles because they didn't want them to die because it was just too cold. I thought that was the most fascinating thing that I've heard. Like, that's a good representation of the environment isn't responding well. Hi, Gordon. How are you? Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. He said it snowed in Saudi Arabia. Did it? I thought it did snow, though. Like, period. Doesn't it snow from time to time? I remember it snowed here before, and I thought that was weird because it doesn't typically snow here. But I think it snowed here. If I remember, it snowed twice. But it was very quick. I think it lasted maybe a day or two. Yes, topic on climate change. Let me know. The topic's on climate change. The topic is on incremental changes and how incremental changes affect us and cause more problems than they do in terms of solving them. I gave examples that when the government tells you that they're going to do incremental changes, that actually causes harm. Incremental changes are, I said, were good for like specific things. And then the specific thing I gave was that in medicine, when they want to treat you physically or give you a treatment or pills or shots, or they want to help you fix a bone or whatever, therapy or something like a physical therapy, then those incremental changes make sense because you're trying to get your body acclimatized to the changes that are happening to your body. That's why those particular incremental changes make sense. But when something like COVID-19, it requires a heavy hand of like abundance given to people who are working because one, the virus, okay, it's not getting better. There's more variants, and they're gonna it's annoying to me because the science is showing that it's not getting better. They're telling us it's getting better, but how can it if all these variants are around now? And there's also these vaccines that people are scared of, they're leery of. They don't know who to trust because when this pandemic first started, you had a government who was like, oh, nothing's going wrong. Everything's fine. Don't wear a mask. Everything's okay. And then one more, they're like, oh, okay, you can't do that. You got to wear a mask. Okay. So there's a lot. It was just too much confusion, and there's still too much confusion. You know, some people want to believe the science, some people can't believe the science. Some people who work in the medical field don't even believe the science, just because how quickly stuff was like cranked out. Scientific stuff doesn't work that way. I mean, they want to tell you they've been working on this stuff for a while, but at the same time, the response was slow. The response wasn't quick enough, and the response was so lackluster. People are scared to death, pretty much. And some people don't even believe it. Some people think this is all just a hoax, which I think is crazy. Hey, Jason. Hey, did you take the vaccine? I don't think that I can at this moment. It's something I have to talk to my doctor about. I think some people are okay. Others feel that it may be a form of control. Yeah. And the reason why people don't know which way to go is because the government has been so shady and education system in the United States has been so lackluster that it's hard for people to even make a choice, a wise choice. You know, this is a really fault of the lack of leadership and intelligence behind the things that people are doing. I think people are getting dumber. And I don't know if it's really all people's fault because, again, they don't. The United States says, oh, we care about excellence, but not really. No, you don't. Not based off how like many people don't even care about getting an education. And I can understand why, because sometimes you don't even get what you're paying for, like now. Like I said, welcome. Please get your libations. If you don't drink, then do whatever you feel that you need to do. It's going to be a nice conversation tonight. I have a lot of things to say about the incremental changes that are happening and how they are not helping us. Okay, so let me see. Also, population density has a lot to do with it as well. When you say population density, what do you mean? Because when people say that kind of thing about the United States, I have to remind them that there's only a little bit over 300 million people in the United States, but there's like billions of people in India. And I think we're higher than India in cases, I think. I could be wrong. Let me know if I'm wrong. I think we are dumbed down to become puppets. Also, there's two types of education: education that trains people to do a certain type of job for that decade, also self-education. Interesting. That comment was from Gordon. Pierre says, I'm not taking that shit. He said about the vaccine. That's funny. Okay. Yeah, Gordon, I think that's, again, it's pretty much what you're saying is that, the distrust education. Yeah, I mean, the thing about the self-education thing, it was so funny. I was talking to a friend today. Like I told you, I listen to audiobooks. Yes, I'm that kind of nerd. I read them and I listen to them, and I be pondering life, walking through the desert of the real world, listening to audiobooks because, I don't have a life. So education in a lot of ways does train you for the real world, but it's kind of in theory. I told a friend about this. Like when you're in class, depending on what classes you're taking and what level you're taking, a lot of times it can be like in theory, like lower level. Sometimes it's undergrad, excuse me, where you're learning things and it's all theory. A lot of it's theory. Sometimes you do volunteer work. Some people do, some people don't. But it's all theory. Until you get into the real world and it's practice, and you're like realizing that things in the classroom don't translate to things that happen in, society. So, hey, Filmer says, did you hear about the Colorado, Texas mayor who basically told citizens to fend for themselves? Who said that? Who's this person to fend for themselves? No, let me look it up. Is this what party are they part of? Not that it really matters because they're all acting a bunch of assholes, so it don't really matter at this point. I'm just curious for posterity. I'm curious. I need to look up who is a mayor? Colorado, you said? Gordon says experience as well. Traveling helps as well. Traveling helps amend this. Like, you know what? I always tell people when you travel to like other places and you go to like museums or just experience another place, you're learning things that a lot of people do not learn because a lot of people kind of stay where they are. Just going to a museum will open your eyes a lot. If it's a good museum. Book of Rhymes says he told people to stop crying, Republican. Okay, so Book of Rhymes says he told people to stop crying. Filmer said Republican. I'll send it to you on IG. Thank you. I've been very fortunate to travel across the US, both coast and outside the country. Very nice. I always tell people to travel just because it'll give you a different perspective on the place that you live. It does. It gives you a different perspective on the place you live. Sometimes it teaches people to be grateful. Sometimes it teaches people that, the life that they're leading isn't a good life. They decide to live somewhere else. They don't want to participate anymore in the cultures and customs that they come from. So that's all. It's always a profound thing you go through. I think depending on the mind that's traveling, you can either gain great wealth or it can cause you harm. Meaning, like some people when they travel and they see poverty, they think, oh, they have loathing for their fellow human being, and they think like I just want to get away from them and I want to make those people suffer. It's weird how some things make people want to respond in negative ways to other people because in some way they feel shame that they're I don't know, some people are strange, like they feel shame that their fellow human being would be living in that way, in that kind of squalor. So they want to distance themselves from it. It's strange. It's almost like repugnant. So it really depends on the mind that goes traveling. You have to really. There were some documentaries that I saw when I was traversing through school that I thought was really like invasive to people who are living those lives in those poorer countries. Um, I always thought documentaries of other places was very, very intrusive on people's cultures. Um, like some of them just felt like you were trying to be demeaning at times. I am in California. Why are you asking me that? Are you new here? No, I'm kidding. I am from California. You couldn't tell it by my wonderful charm. No, I'm kidding. Californians are not. I don't know. Earth is ghetto. I want to leave, and I think California is that same way. Ah, the voice. Yeah, people tell me that. You sound like you're from the West Coast. Yeah, we have a particular way we talk, unfortunately. Trust me, people tell me all the time, you sound like you're from California, dude. Yeah, it sucks. No, you're not happy you're from California? No. You some of the most annoying stereotypes. Half of them ain't even true. No, traveling is not a bad thing. I'm just saying that depends on the mind of the person that is traveling. So I gotta look at this text. I gotta look at this mayor. You said you sent it to me on my. Let me see. Hold on. You said you sent it to me on my Instagram. Let me look it up. And while I look it up, let me play a little bit of a song. I know y'all like she just loves to throw random music at us. And I'm like, yeah, because I like music. Listen to this one. Yes, that's some more jazz for that ass. Okay. Let me see. Let me see this guy. Of course. Why do they always look thank you for sending me the post. This guy. Oh, he's now the former mayor of the West Texas town. Okay. Oh, he turned his resignation. That's so funny. Isn't that how they do? So let me ask you something. Why do they always turn their resignation? Is it because they don't want to say that they got fired on their record? Not that it would matter. You're like white people. Like you guys can get fired, do the worst thing at your job, and like still have a job. Be proud. Okay. Phil Murray, yes, ma. DJ Mix, yeah. Yeah, I got Muddy Waters. Who you talking to? Are you new here? You're new here. It's okay. Wow. He said, I was only making the statement that those folks are too lazy to get up and fend for themselves, but are capable, should not be dealt a handout. Yo, these guys. Yo, this is a wackadoodle, yo. Associated Press. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. Only the strong will survive and the weak will perish. He also said he was sick and tired of people looking for handouts and that the current situation is sadly a product of the socialist government. Okay, so if we were in a socialist government, I think we would have like reoccurring stimulus checks. We don't have reoccurring stimulus checks. Instead, they gave us a $600 check, and they're like, "Oh, bitch, we said 2, but really we're only gonna give you 14 because we like lied and shit, bitch. So here's your little measly like $2.15." Book of Rhyme says he's out of touch. Out of touch is, I think, gentle. I think you're being very sweet. You're being very gentle. You're very, very sweet. How about this? He's a piece of shit who, like, I love how old white just be like, you gotta go out there and work. And I'd be like, y'all didn't work. Your history shows and stands that you got other people to go do your work for you. And the proof is in the fact that y'all weaponized everything. Y'all would beat the shit out of people or kill them and rape them to get you to do what you wanted to do. And even when they did what you wanted to do, you still were awful. Bitch. Why just be acting like they don't know their own history? Gosh, someone needs to. Anyway. Jason says Tim Boyd definitely went crazy. Yeah, Tim Boyd went crazy. Yeah, that's his name, by the way. The guy who said that crazy shit. EAE girl. You find her. Then a number 2 pencil point. Oh, shoot. Pencil point. Gordon, never got a stimulus check. I know that's right. Some people didn't get it. Some people did. Ain't that something? I didn't like the fact that they were like, oh, if guys owe, or anybody owes child support, then you don't get one. I'm like, what logic is this? What logic was that? I'm like, how does one lead to another? You know what I mean? How did one thing lead to another? So if a guy owes money for child support, or if a woman owes money for child support, or somebody owes money for child support, but there's a pandemic going on, you're telling me that they can't get aid because they owe back child support? That doesn't make any sense. These are the geniuses with like master's degrees and advanced like degrees and shit, and like PhDs telling you, bitch, you're an idiot. Let me see. Book of Rhyme says Ted Cruz was complaining about Mexicans coming over, but when the power went out, he went to Mexico. People were getting on him because he was leaving. I'm like, what did you expect? Y'all wanted him. Didn't y'all want him? What are you complaining about now? Did y'all not want Ted Cruz? That's what y'all wanted, right? Now you mad because you got what you... Okay. Let me see. Gordon says, I know all the people that I installed solar for over in Texas are happy as hell, including my friends and family. Gordon continues to say, and some spots in the military. Cool. Well, what can solar do now? I thought like everything was like frozen. Like, did that portion of the storm pass over now? Are they like at the end of it now? I don't know how long it was supposed to last. I do have a friend. Well, I have friends actually that live in Texas. I was worried about them. Ask them how they're doing. Just trying to reach out to them, make sure they're still here with us, kicking and with us, with the rest of us miserable people. As long as there's ambient light, it's good. Okay. Book of Rhyme says, I heard another freeze is coming. Oh, okay. I'm worried about the heat. I was telling a friend of mine that I've been homeless in the heat and I've been homeless in the winter. I've been homeless in Los Angeles. I've been homeless in Chicago. And I made the argument that being homeless in the heat is horrible because stuff will fester, like wounds and then bugs. Yeah, Chicago, that's bad. You know, I guess I look at it like the heat is really bad when you're homeless. The cold makes everything numb, exactly. But you do, depending on it depends on the person. Sometimes you go into shock. And then you're just so cold, then nothing, what can happen. But my experience in Chicago is that they had heating places that you can go. Similar to how in hot places they have, cooling places. But when you're homeless, you might be able to be outside when you're, when it's hot. But I argue it just makes everything, like every smell is worse, every infection is worse, every like the bugs are worse. There's way more sensations that you experience when you're dealing with heat and homelessness. It's hard to articulate. You'd have to be in it, I guess, to understand. The cold will make everything numb around the Congressional Theater, I think, and around that. Oh yeah. Well, I don't even understand like I don't even understand like what's happening in terms of any of the political stuff, because Biden's making it seem like he can't do anything. Like, but he controls like a lot already, and I don't understand why they're acting like they can't do anything. And I'm like, people are not. I don't know what people are gonna do at this point. I think didn't the owner of let me know if I'm wrong, but didn't the owner of GoFundMe or something, GoFundMe or what are those other crowdfunding websites? One of the CEOs wrote to the United States government and was like, "This is not meant to supplement your lack of work. Like, do your job, help people. This is not meant for, you know what I mean? We're not here to supplement y'all. You're the government. You literally make money. It's a sovereign state. You make your own money. You make your own money." I gotta find that book. Where is it? Here it is. The Deficit Myth, right there. The Deficit Myth. And in the Deficit Myth, they talk about. I actually have Deficit Myth on my audio book. I'll show it to you. And they talk about this. I said this earlier. Here it is, right here.
This is not the problem. Copernicus and the scientists who followed him changed our understanding of the cosmos, showing that the Earth revolves around the sun.
Yeah, so that's the beginning portion of it. But yeah, I'll be sitting here listening to that shit and reading it, Another good book, Kill Switch.
This is Autumn.
If you haven't read it.
Kill Switch: The Rise of the Modern Senate and the Crippling of American Democracy.
Good book. Very good books. Okay, let me see. Wahlberger, 1982. Midwest cold is a different type of cold. It's definitely a different type of cold. I know. I lived through it. Gordon says, are some heating spots? Yeah, there's some heating spots. At Wahlberger, yes, sir. Stayed in Indiana, but visited Chicago frequently. Harvey, too. Yep. Went to college in Lafayette, Purdue, Lafayette. Yep. Pierre, I don't believe none of those bastards. We have to look after self and prepare for the worst. I mean, it's kind of how, I mean, unfortunately, you know what I mean? Like, not unfortunately, it's good to, be able to rely on other people. But my point is that it's unfortunate the government's not doing what they need to do. Because, I mean, they have the ability to assist. And their ability to assist is only going to fuel the economy. It's not going to cause a detriment to the economy. Not the way they're trying to make it seem like giving us assistance is going to cause them all this, difficulty, all this hardship. It's not. It's not. What's causing hardship is the fact that your people are sick. They can't get health care. They don't have any jobs. They're having low morale because they don't see reciprocity from the relationship that they have with the United States. They don't see it. Wahlberger 1982 says to Gordon, I've been to Fort Wayne, Indiana, never seen it snow and the sunshine at the same time. Gordon says to Wahlberger 1982, Notre Dame. Nice. Yeah, so and all this stuff, as you can see, is causing, again, these incremental changes. So something that I want people to kind of think about, when it comes to even education, you'll see this, that they want to like slowly bring on certain professors. They don't want to stir up maybe their donors, their alumni who donate to the college or whatever. Well, I posted something on my Instagram I found very interesting about Dr. Cornel West. Now, I'm sure some of you know who Dr. Cornel West is. Dr. Cornel West is famous for, he has great publications, great books on race theory. He spends a lot of time talking about race. He's an advocate for a lot of people. He's very much a humanitarian. He's a humanist, I guess, in a lot of ways. And this man teaches at Harvard. And Harvard won't give him tenureship. He's not tenured. Yes, the Dr. Cornel West, the great Dr. Cornel West, does not have tenureship at Harvard. He should. Yeah, he's a legend. But they won't give him tenureship. And I was thinking about this, like, this is why incremental change is so bad. Now, mind you, I'm not saying to hire a whole bunch of unqualified professors. Let me get that straight, because you already have too many unqualified people, and it's already annoying that we have to pay for unqualified people to teach us when we're more qualified to teach the class. I'm just saying. So, I know plenty of students who were like way more qualified to teach a class than an instructor. And I'm just like, this is some bullshit. We're teaching, you could teach us. And this is, I've had that happen where there's like students in the class, like especially math classes. There were students in the classes that were better than the instructors in math classes. I was just like, this ain't shit. But, so I'm not saying that you need to hire a whole bunch of like dead weight professors, because there's plenty of them out there. Trust me, I've had plenty of classes with dead weight professors, okay? But Dr. Cornel West is not a dead weight professor. He definitely has his weight in gold. He's valuable, and he knows he's valuable. You can't tell me he's not valuable. And the fact that they're like, you're just too radical. We don't really want you or need you, Dr. West. Is devastating in a lot of ways. It makes me just laugh at education altogether. I'm like, again, being smart, reading books will only get you in trouble. This is why that picture with me and Dr. Angela Davis always makes me laugh, because like she's so gracious, she's so smart, and she went through so much bullshit. Yes, that's Dr. Angela Davis. And she went through so much bullshit. And being locked up, and just because she was trying to help Black folk. And I was just like, I gotta sing a Janet song, "Living in a World We Didn't Make, Paying for All Adult Mistakes. How much of the matters can we take?" Like, it's just too much. I just look at situations and I think, like, oh, we're supposed to be intellectual. No, we're not. Y'all don't care about intellectuals. You don't care about refinery, about being refined and holding yourself to a certain, like, prestige. You don't, that's not real. You people are, this place is awful. So again, with incremental change, even in the education system, you can see how it's detrimental to the people in society. They won't even hire people who are like, listen, we want to change society, we want to shape the world, we want to shape the communities that we're in. Starts with education, right? One of the things starts with the education. They don't even want to fucking put people there for a long period of time to elevate and educate the next generation. Ain't that some shit? This kind of shit hurts us. All right, let me see where y'all at. Let's see what y'all talking about. Gordon says to Wallbanger 1982, definitely love to do a lot of farming there. Really helped me as far as being self-sufficient. It's boring at times, but I really felt free. I heard that. Growing things definitely makes you feel that way, especially when you see them growing and they're like abundance, meaning like they rejuvenate. Plants are incredible. They like rejuvenate. They're like, oh, bitch, you cut my arm off. Well, here's another 2 arms. That's kind of how I think of it. They'd be like, I'm going to grow some more leaves since you cut off 2 of them. They're going to be bigger and more delicious. Let me see. Gordon says to Wallbanger 1982, after I graduated, I had a house out there and land. And I was originally from the East Coast, city boy turned farmer. Nice. I love Dr. Claude Anderson. I know that's right. Gamer says, Cornel West is a legend. He is. Gordon says, definitely. Pierre says, Michael Jackson told us they don't care. No, that's right. He did. Michael Jackson said, they don't really care about us. I forget how the rest of it goes. Dun, 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 dun. It has like kind of cadence to it. Wallbanger, 1982. What you are saying makes 100% sense. And doing that to Cornel West, just flat out wrong. It's wrong, and it's just flat out disrespectful. Not and to his intellectual capacity, that's so disrespectful. I mean, not to say he's the only smart dude out there, because if you know anything about certain educational institutions, it's not always about you getting a 4.0 like the best grades. It has more to do with, like, some people are like, are you perseverant? Can you adapt? You have adaptability. You have the ability to go through this or whatever. There's a lot of challenging things that you have to do when you're doing education. And sometimes it doesn't feel like it's even worth it. Sometimes it doesn't. Some people go through it. They spend a lifetime trying to get education. They get through it, and then it doesn't pay off the way they think, and they're just like greatly, greatly disappointed, which I understand. Pierre says about us, you have to find something to do for self to make money. Yeah, probably investing. Unless you want to work like 5 jobs and then also invest. I guess you could do that, but 5 jobs. I wonder if they're all like similar. Are they all similar jobs? Gordon says, at Wallbanger 1982, it's all about platforms. If you're on their platform, it doesn't mean they will help you. It's vital to keep a Marcus Garvey / Black Wall Street / Dr. Claude Anderson blueprint. Yeah, I mean, I think that you're talking about like strategy. There's some people who believe that if you leave the United States, you have a better strategical plan because you'll be in the location where you can actually do the things you need to do without having certain hindrances. I guess it really depends on what type of strategic plan you're thinking about. Some people's strategic plan is like, I'm going to get a job, I'm just going to work and make enough money to do what I got to do, like invest and do stuff like that. Some people think their strategy is education. Some people think their strategy is going through it and doing certain things. Like some people use the term like you become a mammy, or you become like you kind of become like a caricature just so you can earn money, and that's your strategy, you know. So I think it depends on what you're trying to create and what you want to do as a person, what you find as dignity or whatever. I think there's a lot of dignity in getting your own land and then developing that land and then passing that land down to, you know, um, the next generation. I think there's a lot of validity in that. I think that's important to do if you can do it, because sometimes it's easier said than done for a lot of us, unfortunately. Gamer says, yeah, okay. Correct. Okay. Gordon says the history of Black Wall Street and Rosewood intrigues me always. Always. I have the talent now, so what's stopping us from building it? We have talent now. Okay, sorry. Even chilling with a few Amish taught me a lot. And taught you a lot. Well, I mean, yeah, but they also have some practices that I get your point, though. I think I get your point. Gordon says investment and starting a small tech firm through renewable energy. It allows me to travel and build neighborhoods plus real estate. That's great. Filmer says at Gordon, the Black Wall Street massacre. Hate going to Tulsa. There's a lot of places in the South that I've realized that I don't even know why people want to stay in the area so full of trauma. You know, when you read just a few stories about lynching and what they would do in lynch mobs, I don't know why anybody would want to be in those areas at all. I can understand why people want to escape the South and then want to go back. But some people are like, nah, this is my home. I want to be here. I don't know about that one. Wallbanger 1982 says, same here, Jordan. Oh, hold on a second. Sorry. Okay. Same here, Gordon. You know that Russell Westbrook is working on a Black Wall Street documentary. Is he? Who is he working on it with? Is he just funding it? Like he's a what do they call it? A producer. So he's a producer on it, correct? Okay, he's a producer. Got you. Okay. Gamer says investment crypto coin. Yes, crypto coin. I live in the South now. Yeah. Wallbanger 1982 says Mississippi never will go to that place. Yeah. He'll never go to Mississippi. Yeah. Well, Gordon says it allows me to go to the islands and South America as well. I'm in Florida now. That's great. Congratulations. What's up, being? Dot. Hi, Michael. How are you doing? Good to see you. You know, talking to chat. Are you chilling with your families, though? Michael and I know each other for a while. I think we've known each other for about, what's it been, like 10 years, I think now. Brilliant instructor. My brother, who taught in Korea for a while. Great musician. Great artist. I'm glad you showed up tonight. You should come when we do the live nights when we just talk about random things. That's always fun. You with the family? Aw, tell your wife I said hello. And your baby, he looks so cute. Like he's gonna be an adult before we know it. He's gonna be an adult. And he looks like a heartbreaker. Like he like walk in the room and like melt all the women's hearts or something. That's what he looks like. I mean in a good way. I don't mean like a play or anything. I just mean like he's gonna just have that swag, that charm. That's all I mean. Who are you? What is your purpose and why do you exist? I don't know. Let me ask Jesus. Jesus. Wait, let me ask Buddha. Buddha. Wait. Let me ask somebody else. Any deity or spirit out there? Why am I here? What they told me was that I'm here to fuck it up. I'm here to fuck it up. Apparently. I think my parents played a cruel joke on me when they named me. Because my name literally means bright-headed warrior. I thought they were playing with me when they told me that's what that meant. I was annoyed. Couldn't believe it. I was like, I just want to be a nice girl. I don't want to be a fighter. And I ended up just doing that my whole life. So there you go. Dude, where is my hot tea at? Why is this thing not working? See, I got my lemons. But my warmer is for some reason acting out. I actually got a warmer to heat up my tea, but now it's acting like you don't want to do what it's supposed to do, so it's okay. Whatever. You can only delay the inevitable. You were always an assassin to me. Always. I don't know about that one. Yeah. I take that as a compliment. People like, you coming in snapping people's necks and running out the door? That's right. Can you imagine if I was like really like a spy, a secret agent? That'd be funny as hell. That'd be funny as hell. Can you imagine being like a spy? I was telling a friend that jokingly, I'm like, I couldn't be a spy. They're like, why? I said, because the moment that someone grabbed my leg and tried to tickle me, that's it. I'm telling all the secrets. It's over. I'm severely ticklish. They're like, you're like for real, Kelly? I was like, yeah, if they punched me, I wouldn't like give up a secret. If they like cut my arm, I wouldn't give a secret. But if they grabbed my feet and they started to tickle me, it's over. Time waits for no man. Good thing I'm not a man. So that means time is going to wait for me very politely. Fantastic. Or did you mean human? You have to be specific. Well, you could mean, okay. Meaning mankind. What if I don't believe I'm a part of the humankind? This whole theory goes out the window. Isn't that what the whole point of this, though, is? Like philosophy? Do I even believe that you even exist? Or do you exist? Tickles. I'm telling you. I had a horrifying experience when I was a kid. I had a horrifying experience when I was a kid. My dad came home and started tickling everybody. And he just felt like I'm going to just tickle you real good. And so he was tickling me. And I was like, I had like an asthma attack. I laughed so hard. Tea and tickles. I had an asthma attack. And he's like, oh my God, are you okay? And, my mom was like, what did you do? He's like, she was laughing. No, she's having a hard time breathing. And so, I, calmed down everything. And my dad's like, I'm not tickling you no more. You can't even. I was like, I didn't know. So that's when I found out that I had to like take asthma medication. Yeah, that's how hard I got tickled. It's shameful. It's embarrassing, actually. I don't know why I shared that, but I felt like, you know, I don't really foresee anybody grabbing my feet and tickling me randomly. So, but anyway, back to the subject at hand. I'm sorry. Another sad human being. We are all sad. You're right. We are all sad. I'm glad to be sad with me. You want to smoke? Dude, you're missing out on life. Did your parents not tickle when you were a baby? You ever watch a baby get tickled? That's the most infectious shit ever. Baby just go off like, and you're like, I'm laughing with you because it's just funny. The baby don't have to do a goddamn thing. Baby just gotta just be there laughing. You're like, oh shit, life is good. You can't help it. Even sometimes when people just laugh, you're just like, oh shit. Incremental tickles may cause change. Exactly. Okay, so incremental change. Yeah. So incremental changes in that aspect would be great. You're like, I got desensitized 10 years ago. Fuck the tickles. That's funny. But yeah, incremental changes. You know what's funny? I also watched this news report how in the New York transits are now finally getting cleaned on like a regular basis because of COVID, and they're like the cleanest they've been forever. And I said it literally took a damn pandemic. It took a pandemic for them to be like, maybe we should clean this shit. Maybe we should really like clean this bitch down a little bit. And they're like, oh, it's been the cleanest it's ever been. Oh my gosh. And I'm like, these people are not refined. These people are not refined, okay? America needs a good tickle and hot tea. America is a mental institution. These people need the proper medication. They're not getting the proper meds. They're not getting the proper health care. They're not getting the proper time off. And they're just not getting anything they need. NYC transit clean. Oh my goodness, right? Oh my god. Gamer says they lie. They said they lied. All that graffiti gone. I can't believe it. It's not really the graffiti I care about. It's that should be trifling. Same thing with the L line, the L in Chicago. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. The BART's not bad though. In the Bay Area, the BART system actually is really nice. Who would have known? And actually, it connects to you can get to so many places when you're in the Bay Area. You take the BART system. I don't know if they finished creating some of the connections that they were to, I think, San Jose, a couple other places, but I've always wanted to kind of move in that direction. But we'll see. It's expensive here in California, so yeah, I remember. Caltrain. Yeah, you know how they have the BART, but they were supposed to extend it to I think San Jose or something. It was like a long project they were working on. You could take like public transportation. You could take pretty much any. They had different forms of public transportation that you can get to pretty much anywhere you need to go. And I was just like, that's so great. This is how you function. This is how you get things done. Every time I think about the BART system, I think about Oscar. Yeah. Honestly, whenever I hear the name Oscar, all I think about is Oscar the Grouch. Like, he always made me laugh. Oscar the Grouch was a hater. Filmer. We only have the Caltrain for right now. Okay. Are you in San Jose? Because don't they have public transportation that you can just get though, that travels into? I'm pretty certain. I remember I was on the BART. I got on a couple of buses to get to San Jose to go to the Winchester haunted house, I believe. I'm very ticklish. Also, you're so behind, Pierre. You're behind. We done moved on. Oh, Oscar Grant, yeah. Oscar was grouchy because Big Bird was flipping those. I'm done. Yo, Sesame. Honestly, Sesame Street will always be legendary. Fuck what everybody else say. Fuck what everybody else say. And low key, the Muppets. Low key, the Muppets was like kind of like the adult version of Sesame Street, right? We go on a completely different subject, but I'm just saying, like, it was low key, you know. But how about this? This is another way you know that incremental change is fucking up shit. I was thinking back to like how I watched like public television, like PBS, or just public, television stations that are sometimes colleges will do public information to educate people, right? And I learned more on like the Discovery Channel, National Geographics, PBS, some other public channels that pretty much I already learned stuff in college. Like, I already learned this stuff on television, you know. Now I'm learning it in college, and it's like the incremental changes in the curriculum is not keeping up. And I'm just like, this shit don't make no sense. This doesn't make no sense. Yeah, I always love to watch like the public broadcasting station because they always have something cool on. I didn't really fall too much into watching like C-SPAN. I do watch C-SPAN, but it's more like for me to get like information for like me, like I'm writing a paper or something. I don't sit for long periods of time listening to all these older people talking about, okay, well, politically this and that and the third, and we should move forward doing this, and it's just a lot. It's a lot. Gordon says they would construct devices for each challenge. Yeah, that was always cool to me. I thought some of the great things about those particular shows, and again, incremental changes, but those types of things would expand ideas into like other fields you can go into. Because sometimes your parents be like, oh, when you're growing up, or either your parents or people that were, your parent figure, or society will just tell you like, oh, you should be a lawyer, you should be a doctor, but they never tell you like there's like different types of doctors in the world. They don't tell you that there's different types of lawyers in the world. They don't tell you that there's, you know what I mean? They don't give you the variance. You just think of the general idea, and then if you can't make that general idea, you kind of back away from it. And I always thought that was a hindrance that people like society would give you, because the people in society would say these things, but it was more like a marketing ploy. It's like propaganda. They say it, but they don't really know what it meant. They don't know what it means to be a doctor. They don't know what it means to be a lawyer. They know it's hard work, but they can't really understand or contextualize what that means for you. They just know that you have a capacity to possibly do those kind of things. So I always thought that was kind of a hindrance. But PBS and back in the day, and you're not going to believe this, but back in the day, Bravo used to be like that. Bravo used to be very artistic. They would do like the whole actor studio where they talk about the lives of people who were acting. They used to have like they do very specific cultural arts things like ballerina stuff and like orchestra stuff, uh, different design things. But now it's become more of a reality television network. But it was not like that when it first started. And that's another reason how like incremental change can be bad. Like it slowly changed into a bullshit channel when really they could have kept with that pace and it still would have been relevant today because people do arts all over the place. Art is relevant. All of art's not going to go away. People make art even when they're like deadly poor. So it's just a way for people to express themselves and communicate. Can't stop communication. It's just a basic form of how we interact with each other. They would let me see. Gordon says, I didn't know that about Bravo, but I didn't watch that much television then. Yeah. Well, when I was growing up, the TV used to go off. They'd be like, duh, duh, like they do the flag, and then there you go. The screen would like do the little different colors, on the screen, and then it would just like shut off, and then it would be like static. Yeah. So when Bravo first came out, like I said, it was kind of like I think it was trying to compete with, I don't know who was under at the time, but it felt like it was trying to compete with like a PBS. Because everybody knows PBS is like very much like family oriented and educational oriented. So but another way how incremental changes harm us, I guess like on a bigger scale, is the fact that they're not giving people jobs. They can have jobs right now, infrastructure jobs for people. For example, all the stuff that's happening in Texas. I keep coming back to this because it's kind of like in the news right now. But any place where there's like natural disasters happening, those can create temporary jobs. Like okay, they already have seasonal work. Like anybody who's ever worked seasonal work or temporary jobs, I work temporary jobs. We're like, okay, we need people here for 6 months to a year. You may not get hired on, but there might be a potential depending on how good you are, you know? And so I've worked jobs like that as well. And I'm like, they're acting like they can't like give people jobs during this time to help do things. Like very basic things they need help with. Like just helping people get signed in to get or lined up to do the whole COVID thing. They don't have to be medical people like jabbing people with needles. You know what I mean? Not medical people, but just people to help organize and keep things where they are, like administrators and stuff like that. And I always think like, why are they acting like they can't do this? Well, it's because they don't want to. They don't want to put money into it. They kind of act like this is going to kind of just go away on its own. This whole, you hear the whole herd immunity thing, and I'm like, it's weird because the scientists have already proven that the antibodies aren't even like really, they don't stick around very long. I think one of the cases was saying, a couple of the reports coming out, some of the studies was saying that the antibodies aren't sticking around, I guess. So it's just, again, negative feedback loop on top of negative feedback loop. So the incremental change in this aspect doesn't make any sense because you can give people work right now. People who lost their jobs during this, you can give them a job right now that's federally funded to specifically deal with the issues that are happening right now. They can have jobs for people who go to the grocery store and bring groceries to people who cannot leave because they're dealing with COVID. They can do that and train them so they can keep themselves safe. But they don't do it because why? They don't want to. But all these things where there's been a hindrance, there's been a stoppage in certain jobs, the government can step in and replenish those jobs with other jobs, until things settle down. But they don't want to do it. It's almost like, I don't know why I think that this is surprising when the incremental changes in Ferguson have been going on for the past, 10 years, and people still don't have clean drinking water. That's another way how incremental change can harm us. People going through a pandemic still have to go and buy cases of water or get donated to, because the government won't come in and put the money where it needs to go into the infrastructure, which would create jobs, because you need people to go there and actually dig up the pipes and then put, new pipes in there and then go through the whole process of cleaning all that stuff. It's just a lot. It's like they act like they can't do it, but they can. They can create plenty of infrastructure jobs. There's plenty of infrastructure that's not well. But even if you're not in it, again, there's administrative jobs. There's a whole bunch of jobs in between. So, Gordon says it's already there. I think the company named Shift delivers groceries. It's a ATXT. Yeah, but you need more than one company. I think that's something that I think people are like, oh, this one company does this, but I've worked in a lot of different industries, and sometimes you have to rely on more than one business to get things done. For example, I worked at Ace Hardware International, and I was a tech lead. And they were dealing with a massive issue where they had bought all these supplies and put them in freezer trucks. They're like a lot of goods for their stores, and there was an issue with a lot of the trucks. Things were like going bad. They were losing millions of dollars. So they hired a bunch of us to come in and reroute stuff, pretty much put in pretty much a lot of coding. So when we came in, I looked at the information that they were telling us to do, and we were like in a room full of people. When I came in, there was tons of people coming in, and they had high turnover because they were stressing out the people coming in to do the data entry to get all the stuff rerouted. Like I said, they're losing like millions of dollars. So I come in, first day I'm being trained on information I have never seen before, right? And I get it. I understand it immediately. And I'm like, oh no, I get what to do. And they're like, oh yeah. I said, yeah, I know how to do it. So started doing it. And the guy was like, whoa, you're really good at this. I'm like, oh, thank you very much. So then I got to be the lead for that particular project. And then the next project they had. And we have to create our own jobs. Nah, you need help, government assistance. Because creating a job is very expensive. You need help. You can probably put in a name and then start doing stuff, but you need help. Like, that myth has been debunked. But anyway, so the routing was difficult, and so we had to get other trucks to come in and fill that. And there were third-party companies. So a larger company is like, okay, we can route this for you, but we only have so many trucks. So you have to contact another one to reroute and another one to reroute. So just having one person delivering makes no sense. And another thing is that the government does at times do independent contractors to do that. What I'm saying is that they can simply, if they don't have the trucks to do it themselves, if they don't have the ability to do it themselves, they can hire a company and say, we need you to hire this many people for this amount of time to do this particular thing for us. So they can do that if they wanted to, but they don't want to do anything. And they don't even want to give you some lousy money that doesn't mean anything. They don't even want to give it to you. So need investors, yes. Yeah, the industry does matter, but there's so many different people out there with so many different opinions, so you can find yourself a market. The thing is that I think it's price point. I think is the issue mainly, because if you're trying to and also you have to think about like who you're trying to compete with. It's a whole business plan model thing. You can't just go into a business and think like, oh, I really a great idea for like selling like soaps and shit, and then you look at your price point and then like your one bar of soap is like $20. You're not gonna do well. So you have to look at the whole business model and who you're catering to. Um, Starting a business is not the only way to do well. Exactly. So there's a lot of research behind. That's why people ask you, do you have a business plan? Because they want to see how well you're doing. That's why banks ask for a business plan. But if you ever taken any business classes, I have taken several. You taking business classes? That's one of the things you have to do. A business plan. A business plan, bitch. So, but yeah, these incremental changes are not helping us. I'm trying to think of a time when an incremental change was a good thing for people, and I don't think I could find it. I think that a lot of times it's just a way to keep delaying things, to keep putting things off. Um, I think it's like filibustering. It's like filibusters. They'll delay a vote for as long as they can, so that they think like if I delay you long enough that you'll get tired or you'll give up or whatever. You know what I mean? Or we'll never bring it up. We'll never have a vote. We'll never talk about it. And I said this before that the filibuster was traditionally used to keep acts of civil rights from being passed. So they just filibuster their way through a whole thing and never actually bring a discussion up to a vote. You know, they just talk and 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 talk until we need to adjourn for the day or whatever. Same thing with incremental change. It's the same thing. They're filibustering your ass. They're like, but it's like, but with that, they're giving you like a morsel. Like, here's your morsel. It's kind of like how, like, that's why filibusters are so bad. Also, it's like incremental changes in that way. One, you don't ever get to the change, and the other one, like, they give you a little crumb. Here's a crumb. You go, there's a crumb right there for you. Oh, there you go. Cute. There you go. Gordon says banks ask for a plan for loans, or you can get investors. They want their ROI. Yeah. Yeah, if you can get an investor and you don't have to use a bank, that's dope. I mean, well, eventually you will have to get a bank. I mean, you could determine like what kind of bank you want to work with, just to hold the funds. I'm waiting to see what's going to happen with the legalization of marijuana federally, because that means they're going to start regulating it in terms of there's going to be a lot of different regulations. I wonder if that will bring the price points down or up. I'm wondering about that in terms of who you could invest with, because I feel like the tobacco companies would be the first ones to have a really great way of getting that distributed, because they already have the infrastructure. They just have to, instead of it being tobacco, it would be marijuana. So I'm curious to know like how the industry would flow in that way. But as soon as it becomes legally federally, that's what I'm about to do. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna find a way to be someone who works in that field, promoting it scientifically in terms of like the field of study and what it can do to help people. Because I feel like that's where mostly things go anyway, like medicinal purposes. So that's why I would love to research it in that way. Yeah, that's right. Exactly. Exactly. Kevin Jason says, I think banks who were invested in slavery should make it easier for Black people to lend money. I've done it, so I know. Okay, yeah. Taxes, yes. Maybe you can help me out, Gordon. Help me out, figure out my investment situations. Yeah. Well, I work for the state of California, so I have a pension. And I gotta that's always fun. You know. Let me see. I already helped in greenhouses, solar greenhouses. Land is beautiful. Yeah, greenhouses are fun. I actually was helping a garden out here, setting up their stuff. I was doing a whole documenting all that stuff on my Instagram, helping them set up their the community garden out here with a guy named Tommy Brown, who was doing great work with restoring the community garden. Me and a couple of the young men that he was teaching, me and Dr. Dawkins went out there and spent time with him and those young guys, and was getting the garden together for the community. It's real nice. It looks really good. It's coming together. I haven't had a chance to go over there recently, but invested in that. Greenhouses, look out for vertical farming. Yeah, I started doing some stuff in my house. I thought I had posted some stuff, but I don't know. I started making my own microgreens in the house, and also started doing the vertical gardening with the hydroponics. Because people are tired of grocery traveling across the country. Interesting. Those particular indoor farms are great. I watched I think it was some in I think it was Japan. They had some. I thought that was really cool. I don't know if I put up the vertical hydroponics I was working on, because it was a project I was trying to create for another thing, but I have vertical stuff in my house. I just don't post it because it wasn't really. Sometimes I want to keep certain things to myself, especially because I designed it myself. So I was trying to figure out how I can get patented. So I was just going through the motions. You said them pies. Them pies. You know what? A great business right now would be cottage cells, like cottage. I say that, but you may not know the term. So in California, you want to sell food, you get a cottage license. You go through a couple of classes and you pay for the license so you can sell food out of your house. I think it'd be a great way for people to start selling food, because everybody needs to eat, and to have the pies. Yeah, I had bean pies with my brother. I told you, I said this in another stream where I was like, I just was eating tons of pies. I was just eating tons of pies because when I learned how to make bean pies, that was it for me. I'm like, just gonna eat these for a while. I am for a long while too. Like, I wake up in the morning, make bean pies, and then just eat that and kale. You mean like how the Swedish have local farms in their neighborhood? Yeah. Yes. I think that'd be great, because then it would create community, right? You could trade food with your neighbors and keep each other fed. Less relying on the government, because clearly the government has abandoned its people in a lot of ways. You never had bean pies? They're not hard to make. Bean pies are really good, and you don't feel guilty when you eat them. especially not how I made them. I finally figured out what the name was. I finally looked at the box. It's not spirulina. Spirulina is the green dense stuff that's really good for you, but it's like green dense stuff. It is the stevia, the stevia plant. That's the word I was looking for. Stevia. Stevia is a plant that you can just grow. It's not a big deal, but it just tastes like sugar. So it's this green plant. Looks a little bit. I guess the leaves are a little thicker than than grass. I guess a little thicker, or maybe the same thickness as lemongrass or something, but smaller and less rigid as lemongrass. But it has this beautiful sweet taste to it. So that's what I use for my bean pie, so that I have no extra sugar. So I have the sugar, I have the sweetness, and none of the bad side effects of tons of sugar. So it's great. You're gonna try my bean pies? Yeah, they're good. They're good. Sticky icky, sticky icky. Yeah, bean pies are great. They're actually surprisingly good. I couldn't believe how good they were, but anyway, I am going to partake in Mother's Nature's finest. I'm going to light this. But let's get back to the incremental changes that you feel have caused harm in your community. What incremental changes have caused harm in your community? I can tell you that one of the changes that hurt us when we were growing up was that, and I didn't realize this at the time until I lived in Chicago. When I lived in Chicago, one of the people I was staying with briefly they lived in the suburbs of Chicago, in Melrose. And on almost every corner they had like a little park. Like there's like a little like community, like every couple of blocks there was like a little community park. Like a little small one, like you could take how do I put it? It's like the lots that you would see in in the ghetto, if you will, that had like tires and stuff thrown there, broken bottles and all that stuff. But in this neighborhood, if it was an empty lot, and I guess I don't know if it was too small to be zoned for a home. I don't know what the reason why it was empty, but they turned those into little parks for the kids. And I was just like, that type of incremental change, without me realizing it, actually affected me when I was a kid, because those lots we see those lots all the time. They never would change those lots. We never saw any movement happen to those lots. And I remember I went to an old neighborhood I used to be at, and I noticed that they finally decided to do something with a lot. And I think they put like a small grocery store at one of them. And I was like, if I had seen a grocery store here instead of like a dirty old lot that had like broken bottles and needles and dirty diapers and stuff like that, that would have made me walking in this neighborhood feel a little better about my environment, opposed to thinking like, oh, I live in a trash area. I think poor people do deserve to have nice things. They deserve to see nice, pretty things. They deserve to see flowers. They deserve to see an environment that's comfortable, that's safe. Not when they walk out, they're worried that, oh shoot, I do live in an area that is like really bad. So those kind of incremental changes do affect you, because you're like, wow, it would have been nice to be able to have access to that when you were a kid, and actually like be a kid for longer. because being a kid, is fleeting. Can you make a bean pile while being tickled? That's the that. I'm done. You said, can I make a bean pile while I'm being tickled? I've never attempted it. Never attempted it. That'd be funny though. I'd probably get angry. I'd be like, leave me alone before I fuck this pie up. God damn it. That's probably what I would say. I'd be like irritated as fuck. Be like, are you serious? I remember I told someone I used to date, like I was very ticklish, and they were like, "You're a fucking liar," and I said, "No, I really am." That's actually really embarrassing. Like, there's nothing cool about telling people that, like, I want to, you know what I mean? Like, you want to be cool, you want to be tough, you want to be like, look, bitch, But then they realize, like, bitch, you will drop and tell you will tell on everybody because you got tickled, bitch, with a pussy, you bitch. In LA back in the 90s, I can't go to the park until I live in New York. I couldn't go to the park until I live in New York. Yeah, that sounds about right. Well, funny enough, there's a lot of pictures of me when I was at the park, but it was because like we were homeless. So being outside was a friend. Being out in the park was a friend. I have a lot of fond memories of parks, which is why my perspective is that it'd been nice to see something nice like a park. But again, incremental change. I think the mindset of the people really determines if they want to take care of their neighborhood or not. Some people have beautiful neighborhoods, even though they may be poor. Yeah, because they've invested in their environment. They want to make their environment beautiful. I always kind of tell people this. It's hard to want to invest in a place that doesn't invest in you. I mean, look what they're doing in Harlem and in Brooklyn. It has such rich history. Queens, such rich history, right? And those places are being gentrified and moved in. So you're building this culture, you're building this neighborhood, you're building this reputation, you're building, character from where you come from. And then people come in and they gentrify it. So it makes you wonder, like, no wonder people don't, want to give this area respect. They don't want to put a park here because, like, while we invest in it, we're gonna gentrify the area. And we have to move out anyway. We can't afford to stay here no more. So I think sometimes people have that attitude as well. And it's sometimes hard, I understand, for parents to kind of traverse through this kind of unstable environment, especially now, especially during this time. But it does do something. Your environment has an impact on you, and when people deny it, I question that a lot. So I grew up around people like that. Harlem and the Apollo. That's the truth. That's why I'm moving back to Cali. I'm signing out. Have to turn in early work, early brother, on a mission. Peace, everybody. Bye, Pierre. Yeah, I think I talked about. I think it was on my Instagram. I talked about Piercy. I think it was Piercy Sutton. He was an attorney, famous. He was the one who represented Malcolm X, and he also did a lot of civil rights stuff. But he saved the Apollo. Brilliant guy. When the Apollo went bankrupt, he bought it. And then he was having issues paying for it. Because I think he said it was like $2 million he had to spend like every year to keep it going. So then he, of course, he's an attorney. He came up with really two great ideas. He made a deal with the state of New York to keep the Apollo there as a historical place. And then he created the foundation, the Apollo Foundation, so that they can keep getting donations so they can keep putting on programs and still having people go there. So it's like, I think it's almost like museum like, historical like. So it took a brilliant attorney to get that to be there. So I think that's great. So yeah. So the Apollo, they took, I'm not saying it was only him, but he was that dude. Yeah, he saved the theater. So I've seen somebody, random side note, I've seen somebody like literally eat the whole lemon with the rind and everything. And I was just like, is that fibrous? Like, I never understood it. Magically delicious, I guess. But yeah, so Piercy Sutton, good guy. I think it's interesting that he even did it. Because some people who have the ability to do things don't do things. Like, they won't do it. I'm just telling you, some people eat the whole rind. You get upset. He's like, what the hell? I'm like, yeah, some people eat the whole, I don't eat the whole rind, clearly, but I'm saying some people do. Some people eat a whole orange peel. I don't know what to tell you. Oh, I call it a rind, but the peel, if you will. So I think that more of this incremental change is going to keep happening. I hate to say it. I don't really have I'm not seeing good signs. I'm not seeing good vibes. I'm not seeing good legislation being passed. I don't want to sit here and pretend like I think things are going to just turn out great, because unfortunately, y'all can't tell me Biden is coherent. You can't tell me. I'm sorry. I know I keep coming back to this, but when he talks, I'd be like, he's like, especially with okay, so they were talking about the student debt, right? The student debt. Again, incremental change. He's like, we're not gonna do $50,000 a student loan. Forget us. We're gonna do 10. Yeah, we're gonna, and then chickens and water leg and housing and like, he goes off into different. He doesn't. He'd be talking about nothing, bullshit. Like, you ask him a direct question, he goes off talking about random stuff. Oh, he's senile. What solutions do you offer? What comes to mind? What solutions do I offer? I've already said it. You gotta give people money. You gotta open your pockets, give people relief. What they did do, I will acknowledge this, they did help people without their homes. Like, they help people, he helped people with the homes. I think he passed something that I think it was going to affect now, which is so that people don't have to worry about being kicked out of their homes. Yeah, I'm talking about Jim Crow Joe. Filmer says this is off topic, but I watched that video about Mary Turner, had to stop halfway through. Yeah, Mary Turner's story is horrific. It's one of the most horrific ones. It's not the only horrific thing. I mean, there's so many atrocities that happened in slavery. I always tell people if Mary Turner's story doesn't get you, if lynchings don't get you, because lynchings itself is horrific, that means you choked to death. And sometimes you didn't choke to death. Sometimes you died because of injury, not because of the hanging, meaning that you suffered. Even though hanging is suffering, you I don't know. It's a lot. When I read that they wore us like like jackets, they used our skin for like uh leather goods, and then you know how people who hunt will put like bear mink on the wall, or they'll put like the bear's head, a bust, the what do you call it, like taxidermy animals, and they put them and hang them up. They used to do that to us. They had pieces of our bodies on their mantles. So when I remember stuff like that, the stuff I've read, and how they like cut us up like steak. I told you I have this book. Oh, I think I left it at my sister's house. But the book, if you look on my Instagram, I talked about it for like, I think when the pandemic started, I was talking about this. And actually, I had a book that I said I wanted for people to read, and they dismissed me at the university. It's called the Human Consumption and Homoeroticism During Slavery. And brilliant young man that wrote it, unfortunately, he's no longer around. He passed away. This is the book right here, The Delectable Negro. Fantastic book. The Delectable Negro. And I actually think that they have it on YouTube as well, where people are reading along to the book. If you're having a hard time reading it yourself, they have like, there's a full series. I think it's on Cows or something like that. I think it's the radio station, where they actually read the whole thing. They went through the whole book. Brilliant. It's a terrifying read. I mean, I always tell people, like, you're going to read stuff like that. Similar to the book that Yvette Carnell's reading, and also Psych Perspective is reading. Yvette Carnell is reading the they were her property, which I read that before, but every time I reread through things, I'm like, I catch things I didn't catch before, because when you become more, and I don't want to make it sound this way, but when you become more knowledgeable of the stuff that's going on, you start picking up on more things. So that's a good one. I always caution people that they need to read that with somebody and talk to somebody about it, because it can be a lot to like intake. Especially if these things are personal to you, Side Perspective is doing the book on, my sister told me about this book, and I have this book, White Skin, Black Skin, White Mask. This one right here. My sister gave me that one. I've read that. That's intense. She read that when she was at Berkeley, and she said that was an eye-opening read for her. It is. That might be a little bit easier for people to read. I think you can kind of catch that, but the Delectable Negro, that's a tough read. I read it 3 times and I cried every time I read it. I was angry. It's intense. It's intense. Like, this is why I say, if you don't have somebody to talk to about it, you might have to like listen to that radio station where people are having conversations about it, because they disclose how they felt about certain portions of it, and how they like were able to get through the trauma of hearing that. And I say that because I'm also knowledgeable of the psychology of things that are said can affect you deeply. Like you don't even actually have to be a part of a traumatic experience. You can just hear about it and it can have a profound effect on you, right? So you have to be careful when you go into things like this. It's a traumatizing thing. So I also tell people to read Post-Traumatic Slave Syndrome, and that explains a hell of a lot. Like it explains like the fears that we have. It's just fucking revealing. I mean, I hate to be so specific, but I mean, those are the things that I've read. And there's so many others. There's so many others. You don't even have to read all these things. You can just read a couple of things. Like I have a Medical Apartheid. That's a classic. And I say a classic because it's a classic for like the wealth of knowledge that it has. It explains a lot of the behaviors and the shit that's happening now with the medical stuff. It's just really, it's deep. You know, yeah, we need reparations. It's a scary topic, but you know, because you know you're asking for healing in the belly of the beast. Ugh. They'd rather change around some words and give sexuality and stuff like that more attention than human being like lives, people who were deeply affected by crimes against other human beings. I don't know. Yeah, no one's giving us anything. I always think when people say that word give, it bothers me because give is like, okay, just look at the word give, because we all have an idea what give means, right? Like give means that someone handed you something, right? Is that the thought behind the word give? Freely transfer the possession of something to someone, hand over to, cause or allow, capacity to bend or alter in shape under pressure, elasticity. You can read that. I'm sorry if it's backwards. So I would say that what people, yeah, no one's going to give anything to you freely. So using that word give has always bothered me. I think we use it because there's an ease in saying the word instead of using a word that's more appropriate. Really, what people want to say is not just demanding, but people need to take it. And taking it is in various forms. Some forms of taking something can be something that can be looked at as violent, right? Some people confuse some of these things with violence. Yeah, there's some of that in there because we're dealing with different humans and how they express it. Some people are more violent. Some people express it in more boisterous ways. You know, some people are more articulate, more eloquent. Some people, there's just so many different layers to people, period, like individuals. So taking it is not easy because you're at a disadvantage, a severe disadvantage. So you have to be strategic. You know, if you read anything, if you played chess, how about that? I have a friend who's great at chess, and um, if you look at life as a competitive, like a strategy, a tactical, right? What is the strategy? I think that we are doing the best we can. I think we're moving as quickly as we can with the hindrances that we've been given. I think that we do at times get our own way, but it makes sense based off of what they did to us. Like I said, just hearing trauma can cause you fundamental trauma. This is why some doctors in the field of dealing with children say that you should not introduce some traumatic things to children at a young age because it can have a deeply impact on their ability to grow up as people. They will stay at some kind of risk of development. There'll be some kind of developmental issue. So there's a reason why they say that. and that applies to people, just us. It applies to us. Imagine seeing something so gory and shocking one moment. You like, you think you would know what you would do, but I don't. You can't say that because you've never been through it. So, he said, I don't like people. Well, I mean, this society kind of creates this type of anti-socialness because it also creates that individualist stuff. Like, we're very much protecting ourselves, right? But the culture creates it. So it's, again, like, it's negative feedback loop on top of COVID, on top of like tropical storms, on top of like you not addressing historical issues, on top of like, so it's just like piling on, piling on, piling on. So yeah, it's trashy. It's trashy. The quote, what's her name? Nikki, I think, or Nikia. I don't remember her name. The girl who sings that song, Earth is Ghetto, I Wanna Leave. Yeah. Earth is ghetto, I wanna leave. Can you be me? Yep. Yep. People are just messed up. I agree. Is antisocial or asocial? I think antisocial means like you are against. I believe that's the prefix. Anti means like you're against, I believe. Opposed to, against. Yeah, I was right. See, I know a little bit. Like, that's basic. I know. Sometimes I forget, though, honestly. People be asking me like questions. I'd be like, let me break your question down. Sorry. Asocial, I think, is like, I think I'm not certain. Avoiding social interactions in contrast of or hostile to others. You're hostile to others? What are you, a feral cat? What does that mean? What does that mean? That's fun. I'm sorry. You're a feral cat. You somebody come, you're asocial. Does that mean like most cats that are like hanging out in the alleyway are like asocial? So antisocial behavior, this is a medical terminology from the Mayo Clinic, says that a dysfunction of a person's ways of thinking, perceiving situations, and relating to others. Main causes. Antisocial behavior can be normal and is only an underlining disease became excessive, all consuming. Okay, so they're saying that it's just excessive behavior. Like, it can be normal, but it can become an issue when it happens daily. It happens often. So when it happens often, it's a problem. I think it's funny how they phrase it, like, it can be normal. That's exactly how doctors talk to you, don't they too? They'd be like, well, antisocial can be normal. At the same time, if you're doing it every day, you're not okay. You're definitely having issues. Somebody pissed you off, and we need to figure out why you're having this emotional outburst. That's how doctors be talking to you. That's exactly how that reads. That's exactly how that reads. So anyway, okay. So Hebrew 7 says the most dangerous liars are the ones that think they are telling the truth. The most dangerous liars are the ones that think they are telling the truth. What do you mean? If you think that you're telling the truth, then you don't think that you're a liar, though, because that's a belief system, right? Thinking something's true is a belief system, right? So how can they? The antisocial behavior norms? What you mean? Or the doctors like telling you like, well, sometimes I think doctors are kind of like lawyers. We're like, well, medically I can't say, or medically I can't do that. In my professional opinion, I can't wait to tell somebody, well, in my professional opinion, I think you're going through this particular situation, and it sounds so clinical, right? It sounds so clinical that it almost feels like it's not real, like it's it's robotic. That was false from the doctor. They call it a practice because they don't really know. I thought they called it practice because they're actually practicing medicine. You know what I mean? And sometimes when you're practicing medicine, even though you're good at practicing it, sometimes you mess up. Sometimes you misdiagnose. That's why they have insurance. But think of it like this. You know that famous saying from the what's his name? The basketball player. He's like Alvin Iverson. He's like, practice and practice. It took him out of context though. He was talking about how his friend died. He's like, I'm not thinking about practice. I'm thinking about my friend who died. But practice, practice makes you great. It's the repetitive nature of things that make you can make you great. Like the way in which you do, the consistency in which you do it. That's why people who are good writers, they write often because they write all the time. But there's no perfect writer because you're always learning to write something better. There's a better word. There's a better way to say things and there's also different ways to say things because shit gets old and people like want to change up their words. Anyway. Let me see. What is this show about? Incremental changes, but we're talking about several things. So welcome. They practice their connections through process of elimination. Through process of elimination. Well, yes, because that seems about right. I mean, when you think about when you go to the doctor, they have to do process of elimination because there's several diseases or issues that have similar symptoms. So imagine if a doctor was just like, oh, you definitely have this. That's one of the reasons why the COVID-19 was so hard for them to figure out. They're still trying to figure it out. Is because it acted like other diseases. It acted like other stuff, other sicknesses. Same thing with a lot of diseases that seem similar. That's why you need specialists in those particular fields because they can pick up other things that maybe your normal doctor, your general practitioner, has studied. Science is so broad and vast, like law. That's why I made those comparisons earlier on the stream when I talked about how when people tell you, I want you to grow up, you want you to be a doctor or a lawyer, and they say it very generally speaking, but they don't know what it means specifically because you could be a specialist in so many things or you could just be a general doctor. It just really depends. And there's levels to general doctors as well. And some doctors do become better as they practice. I think it's a fitting term. I think it's a term that makes sense because every person's different. So you have the fundamentals and you've gone through the hours laboring over being a what's the word I'm looking for? You're an intern. You labor over that with other professionals in the field because the nature of the thing is ever changing, which is the person. So it kind of makes sense, I guess. Do I trust medical science 100%? No, because of the fact that humans are biased. Racism is there. I mean, I brought up the medical apartheid. So if I believed every science thing that came out there, I couldn't believe the things that were said in that book. You know what I mean? I couldn't believe the science that was created against Black Americans. So obviously, no. What I'm saying is that there's better medicine and better science now because of different perspectives and different methods of treating things. And I think that when they call it practice, it makes sense because they are practicing it and they are also doing what they've done and been studying for the past like 8+ years. And they also do continuing education. So, not saying 100%. No, I don't think anything's 100%. Just because our knowledge is so like there's so much we don't know. So I'd be overreaching my ability 100% or further. I'd be overreaching. So you said you've had doctors use you as a lab rat. They are wicked, especially lawyers. Interesting. I think I think that experience is totally understandable and legit, dude. Absolutely. But if that's your lived experience, I totally understand it. It's impossible for me to walk through life and not think like horrible things happen. I don't know why people think that about me. I think it's just because people tend to look at me and think that. But no, I'm very aware of the world. I live in the real world. I've had that happen to me specifically out here when I was constantly mistreated by medical people. I've seen my family be treated horribly by medical people and people in positions of authority and status and all that stuff. Yeah. So, it's kind of like, unfortunately, what did one of the greatest bands ever, Earth, Wind, and Fire, say? That's the way of the world. Let your flower, then you grow. Child is born with a heart of gold. Way of the world. Actually, I think I have that song on here. But oh yeah, dude. Schools and medical are a foundation. That's why they don't teach true health science to kids. Yeah, they don't really teach how to read and write either. You have to do your own research and not just leave it in their hands. Yeah, you can't. That rough, Kelly. Totally get it. Yeah, you definitely have to do your research. And it also takes, again, you have to have a strong foundation as well. Like my parents, even though they were in poverty, they always had things around us that I think were pretty poignant. They had books, they had love, and a few little other like knickknacks and patty whacks in there. Okay, give a dog a bone, some other things in there, right? That helped us grow and be more aware of our environment. Not to say that we all pick up on those things, but I know I sure did. And I know quite a bit of people in my family sure did. And that helped with filling in some of the question marks, and then leading me to other things because your parents definitely introduce you to some of the most influential things in your life. And then the people that you're around too, the people that I guess you grow up around either in that area or who I guess your parents would be around, I suppose. They had morals too. Yeah, I mean, their particular morals, were vast and different and strange and unique, so it just depends on the blend and combination you get, I guess. They do not teach agriculture, stocks, entrepreneurship, or anything real. And higher education, they do. I do have a friend who is an agricultural. He just graduated last year with his degree in agriculture. Real good friend, and he was trying to do. I think he did business agriculture. Yeah, he did business agriculture. Because I think I think he wanted to do horticulture. But he did business agriculture, and yeah, it's kind of like where he want to go. That's what he want to do. So it depends. It depends. What schools you go to, because that's also a situation. That's also the issue as well. Some of the better colleges teach stuff like that. Some of the lower tiers teach that stuff, but it's nowhere near the level it should be. So. And they refuse to make mathematics easier for people to understand because they just want to be assholes. So. Yeah. The ones out here tend to teach agriculture, but they usually just tend to focus on like this area, and that shit is so irritating. Like, gosh, you guys can only teach the shit that y'all care about. Ugh, so annoying. You got to teach it while young. The average female won't even breastfeed because of this. Yeah, I don't know the statistics. I wouldn't know if the average female doesn't. I don't know. I'm not sure that I don't even know what the relation is to that anyway. What that even means. Yeah, but some people just aren't equipped. Like, that's also another thing. Like, there's a possibility that the reason why the perpetual things are happening is because none of the people have the tools that are required to get to that level of even teaching their young to do better than them, thus perpetuating the problem. Yeah, I couldn't speak on that. Again, I'm not quite certain why this is, huh? Yeah, I don't know. I have to look at the science of what you're saying. I don't know what causes autism. I have to look at it. Yeah, the farm. Well, like I said, I was helping a couple people do farms and gardens, like community gardens, little community farms. And I wanted to help this person because the stuff that he was going through on the campus of the university, he helped create a whole garden for the university that I unfortunately work for right now. And they shut him out. They treated him poorly. He's a black man. Treated him poorly, act like he had nothing to do with it. Totally X'd him out of the whole thing. And I've been trying to shine light on the problem ever since I've been there, because I'm one of the people who've really fought my ass off to do the right thing for the students at that college. And, it's just irritating dealing with the constant, like, bullshit. So, after that happened, he didn't want anything to do with the university, and I understood completely. And he was doing gardens all over the place with a friend of his, and they started their own business and everything. I was helping them out, just trying to support them as, because they're smart dudes, I'll try to support them. And so I was helping him with his garden and trying to help him do some other stuff. But then, I started dealing with my own health issues, so I had to slow all that shit down. People hate intelligence. The more ignorant you are, the better you fit in. Yeah, because the United States does not value education. They only value the money. Like, they'll tell you, like, oh, yeah, we care about smart people and like critical thinking people. But then when you try to apply that critical thinking, you try to apply that intelligence, you get treated like a fucking criminal. I know. I've been through it my whole life. Every time I showed a sign that I was like smart, someone tried to spend their time trying to tell me I wasn't. They spent, and I started realizing I was smart because they spent all their time trying to tell me I wasn't. It's like, if you, wow, if I'm such an idiot, you would just leave me alone. Let me be an idiot. Like, I've never seen someone work so hard to, I wasn't. Because I just frustrated people. I don't know. That's so messed up. Yeah. Yep. We live in a world of true lies. Yes, true intelligence will get you assassinated. Does it not? Isn't that the truth? Man. Well, I think there are ways that people can kind of get around stuff like this, I think that there are ways that people can get around stuff like this. This is why some people take certain jobs or they do certain things, because they know that great men like Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, Fred Hampton, Sills, Huey P. Newton, who will speak out and say things and have intelligence, and they've been killed. So I understand your point, definitely. I think people have been trying to figure out ways to be strategic with it, be more tactical with their intelligence, more, just in different ways, you know what I mean? The issue that many come across is dealing with people in the organization. I've noticed they follow a freelance lifestyle or subcontracting the intelligent ones. Yeah. Being a hive mind. Yeah. I mean, people aren't getting smarter. It doesn't feel that way. I don't know. People are trying to find clever ways to make to work, so they can support themselves. But everything seems to be in a negative feedback loop. Not even close for some. I think it's great when people find a way to survive in the system. At the same time, sometimes the methods are very detrimental to us in general. Yeah, groupthink. I think I made a term up like 4 years ago. I don't know if someone else has coined this term, or maybe I just made a variation of it and didn't realize it was already created. But the crowd complex, groupthink, crowd complex. Yeah. I had a professor accuse me of groupthink. She was telling coworkers, right, that first of all, she was telling people that, she was medically diagnosing me to her coworkers, which is illegal. Can't do that. And I don't know this woman. Like, we're not friends or anything, but she, for some reason, became like obsessed with me for some reason. And, I kept complaining and saying like, this person's not treating me right, whatever. And, some people stood up for me. who didn't know me stood up for me. And she said, "Oh no, they're mindless drones. She's this girl right here. she put that in their head." And I'm like, what the fuck? Like, I don't have no power. Like, I don't have no powers of persuasion. Persuasion is not even a power. You know what I mean? Like, if you were going to use that argument, which you didn't even use, like, I don't even have that ability. You know, there's nothing I can offer these people. There's nothing like, you know, I'm poor like them. I'm working like them. You know what I mean? Like, we're all hardworking people. Like, what are you talking about? What power dynamic do I have over other people? You know? Yeah, you're the Borg with bean pies. Resistance is futile. Exactly. So I'm like, wait a minute. So now I'm some kind of weird, like, manipulative bitch who can, like, persuade groups of people I've never met to do something. What are you talking about? Like, I don't know. I told my doctor I was going to fast for a few days, and she says it's bad. I got rid of her. Those people be wicked, and that's why they kill Dr. Oh, okay. Yeah. I think it depends on the person's body. Again, this is why, you know, medicine saying people it's a practice makes sense why they call it practice. Yeah, CB. This is why they call it practice. So for some people, that may not be good for them. You know, for you, it doesn't work for you. So there you go. Thus, there's other doctors you can go to as well. That's why I always tell people that there's other doctors. Like, if you have a doctor that doesn't work for you, you can find another doctor. Just go to another doctor. I used to be scared to go to another doctor until a doctor bailed on me during COVID. And I had to go and find a whole nother doctor, you know? So there are a wide variety of practices depending on the region. Environment does play a factor. Yeah, I said that before. Environment does play a factor. You know, but they want to make it seem like it doesn't. I'm like, that's so stupid. There's already been so many environmental cases. One of the most famous ones was what, the Aaron Brockovich one. That's one of the most famous ones. But there's other famous ones where the environment was like killing people, and then people want to act like it doesn't exist. People are like, "Oh no, that doesn't happen." Just like, so we are getting dumber because we already have evidence. There's already precedents established here, right? There's history established here, and you're trying to act like, okay, so we are getting dumber. Give your system a rest. It is good if you can. I've done intermittent fasting, and I liked it because you didn't feel like you had something in your stomach all the time. It was kind of nice to feel not full. Like, I didn't feel hungry, you know what I mean? But it's definitely not the safest thing to do, nor is it good for you necessarily, because I don't know, it depends. It depends on what you want to do with your body. If you want your body to be a body that builds muscle, then intermittent fasting may not be the best thing for you, but it also depends on your genetics. Again, when doctors said it's called a practice, it kind of makes sense why they call it a practice. I don't know. What about all this fake ass weed epidemic? Well, hemp has been around forever, which is cannabis, which is marijuana. So hemp has been around in everything. Hemp is make ropes, does all types of stuff, dyes hair, does tons of stuff. So I think they've been studying it for a while at, I want to say it's UC Davis. They've been studying the effects of that. The same thing they've been studying effects with like other drugs, like other psychotropic drugs. Sorry, there's like a little bug flying around. Sorry. I don't know if you can see it. Probably not, but it's okay. It's based on your religious beliefs, right? The fasting and creed. I love that stuff, especially in Florida houses. Used it in my EJJ. If it don't got seed stems and look like herb, it's fake. Oh, got you. Religious beliefs, fasting. Oh no, it's not religious beliefs or anything. It was just more. Like I said, I just did intermittent fasting. Like it wasn't. No, it wasn't for religious reasons. Like I wasn't trying to be offensive. If that was offensive at all, I was just saying that I've done that for health purposes to see like what it would do. I was like experimenting on myself to see how like I would feel with it, and it wasn't bad. It wasn't bad, but it wasn't the right plan for the body type I was trying to create. Does that make any sense? So I wasn't feeding my body to get the look that I wanted at the time I was doing it. So what it is, it made me very lean, but I didn't really want to be super lean. I wanted to build muscle. I wanted to be strong. I wanted to have a certain aesthetic, but I was having a hard time figuring out the balance between what foods and how often I had to eat it. Because there's a lot of science in nutrition. So I was trying to figure out the combinations of like what would make me, recover better, heal faster, So learning that took time in terms of, the foods I eat now. It took time to figure out what works well with me and what doesn't. So I kind of figured like I know how to lose the weight quickly doing a plant-based diet and what stuff works. And so I'm just saying like in that perspective. So So that's why I did the fasting thing to answer your question. I hope I answered your question about the fasting thing. Sorry, the little bug, kick your ass, man. Anyway, if it don't, okay, like those like those seedless watermelons, I can't eat it at all. What is your frame like? I like Kevin. Do you like him? I mean, oh, do I like him? I don't know who this is. Should I know who this person is? I don't know who this person is. Oh, I don't know who he is. Yeah, I'm sorry. Kind of off topic. He's an image consultant. Oh, okay. Okay. I don't know who that is. He's an image consultant. Okay. Should I know this person? It's funny how you brought him up. I watched his streams. All the women going crazy for him. That's why I asked. What does that mean? All the women going crazy for him, like in love with him? the stuff he say. Okay. Like he talks about women. Is he so he talks about their fashion? Is that what his job? That's what he does? He's a fashion consultant, so he talks about these women's clothing and stuff like that? He just dresses them up? Is that what you're getting at here? I was asking, do you fast because of your benefit, of your beliefs? No, I said no. I said no. Oh, sorry, you were asking. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I read that incorrectly. Sorry about that, Gordon. Oh, he dogs them out about the way they look? Is that what you mean? It's only controversial to Black people. Every other group understands. Y'all ain't really telling me nothing. What? Okay, so this dude talks about women, and he dogs them out about how they look. Am I understanding that correctly? Why is a guy talking about how females look? I don't understand. I mean, I understand. Okay, so I'm not gonna act like I don't understand, but I guess I just don't. Okay, so it's like a fashion show. It's a fashion show. Is it a fashion show? Um, it's only controversial to. Okay, yes. He doesn't dog them out. He doesn't dog them out. So okay. He talks about unrealistic standards. He talks about okay. Book of Rhymes says he talks about unrealistic standards. He is a clown. So you don't like him, Hebrew 7? Okay, so I don't know who this guy is. I have to look him up because how it sounds as I'm reading it, he is a special consultant who talks about women and their unrealistic standards for what, beauty? Or because you said he's a special consultant, so I'm guessing clown for what? Telling people to get fit and be nice? Get fit and be nice. Woo. He can be abrasive, but he's as fuck, and most dudes love him. He's the champ for these clowns. Huh. I need to look this guy up, I guess. I don't know. I think generally he just tells people to like be nice. I don't know how many times I've had people tell me to be nice. And that's one of the that I don't tell me to be nice. If I want to feel the full spectrum of human emotion, and if one of them is that the fact I'm angry, then I'm going to be angry. But then again, I don't know the context. I would like to know the context. I don't want to come to conclusions. I don't know who this guy is specifically. So I'll look him up and I'll try to make an assessment after I look at his stuff because I would have to like look through and like really assess. But if he's I guess he's telling them from his perspective, from his male perspective. Not all male perspective, but his perspective, the things that, aren't cool or whatever. He's the champ for okay. Book of Rhymes. Setup is he is a fashion consultant and women call in to ask his opinion on how to get a high value man, meaning a guy who makes 6 figures or more for over 5 years. Oh, so these women are calling in and asking for. Okay, got you. All right. So Hebrews 7 says, he said, if you a female over 20, then you are too old to get a good man. Whoa. If you're over 20, well, technically, so that means like if you're a day older than 20, that means you're too old, correct? Doesn't make any sense. If you go past your birth minute, you're older than 20. So I'm that kind of nerd. I'm that kind of arrogant bitch. I'd be like, the moment it turns a second, I'm literally older than 20. It's the dumbest thing I've heard before in my life. Gordon, I think it's better for you to see him for yourself. Well, he sounds pretty shallow. Book is correct. Book of Rhymes. He is controversial because of his at times abrasive and placing accountability on women, and he has done the same to men. Book of Rhymes, yes. Some things I agree with, some things I don't. Hebrew 7 says, he's so gay that I can't understand why these women call him. Book of Rhymes. His outlook is a woman 27 to 35 is in the danger zone for serious commitment like marriage. Huh. Well, that would also imply that women want to get married, and a lot of women don't even want to be bothered with men sometimes. The same way how some men don't want to be bothered with women sometimes. It's just the environment. It's the social environment, unfortunately, that creates these types of antisocial things amongst men and women. So, and then like everybody in between, if you don't identify as male or female, but Gordon is wrong. Oh, sorry, is wrong. He's saying that if you're a woman with multiple children and entitled, then it will be hard for you to find a high value man. He criticizes men as well. I'm just cracking up how Kevin Simmons got brought up in this. I didn't bring this guy up. I think Hebrew 7 brought him up, I believe, because I don't know who this guy is. Hebrew 7, he is right sometimes, but he's so effeminate that he's all wrong for what he does. Interesting. I see. Well, whoever this guy is, clearly there's mixed reviews. there's mixed reviews. So, yeah, I would have to look into this person, but yeah, if women are calling in to ask somebody to how to catch a guy, there's layers of issues to that in itself. There's layers to that, like that are issues, but again, I think there's a lot of issues that you have to deal with when guidance would have to be given to the women involved, and I think that to not put themselves in that position to be criticized on a show like that. I think that there's a breakdown in the environment that they didn't feel comfortable enough to talk to someone in their environment first before going outward to a source like that, because it's dangerous to kind of, if someone thinks that you hold some kind of status, like if someone believes it enough, then they'll take those kind of things to heart, and I think that that's a little dangerous. So, I mean, that's kind of how I just look at it, but that's just in general. So, I think people think that some people are more qualified to speak on things, and I don't know. Let me see. Okay, SV Filmer says, random possible incremental changes that can harm or kill security companies, crazy employees, and hacking. My sister and I were discussing safety when buying a house. Filmer continues. She brought up the fact that even security system companies or employees, BTK killer, can't be trusted. Huh. Interesting. That's a good point. Incremental changes are bad. So, okay. I don't know if any of you have like started working online or you started working online last year or whatever. If you're working, I don't know. But I know with where I work, you're dealing with a lot of layers too. You're dealing with like people's issues. You're dealing with like racism. You're dealing with people's personal issues with you, and then you're dealing with a pandemic. And you're dealing with a short supply of equipment when all these things started coming down, right? So because the incremental change of going online has been so slow, it's been causing a lot of delays, a lot of issues. Especially when it first started, when it had to do with internet, as Filmer said. So I'm gonna bring it into like internet connection. A lot of people don't even understand how bandwidths work, and like even what type of system your city or town is using, and how that can stop you from being able to even do work at home. So it made a lot of jobs impossible to work at home from. That's why a lot of people just lost their jobs because of that incremental issue. And security problems. It causes security problems, like as well, because I know I had to buy all new security stuff for my laptops because I had to do work on my stuff because this damn cheap ass bullshit school wouldn't give me anything because they were a bunch of assholes. So, that incremental fucking change. So great point, Filmer. Absolutely. Security companies. I think the interesting thing about trying to think of another incremental change, something that I noted when the COVID started. I was talking about how like, their ability not to get these housing things done, like incrementally, we have to take all this time to plan for this housing and shit, right? And all this incremental, we're gonna delay it, and we're gonna do a little bit. Well, people who are already struggling and like living out of their cars couldn't even make their car notes anymore. So it was like they were losing their homes. And like I've been in that situation where you have a car and then all of a sudden it's gone and you lose everything. Like, you know, the incremental changes of getting housing, the incremental changes of helping people with like being able to pay their bills. Like it's causing harm and it's killing people right before our eyes, and we're acting like it's not happening. It's really annoying. Okay, Gordon says, so why did you bring him up this? Okay, really, y'all talking about that. Okay, go on. What about these scammers? Yeah, these scammers are these celebrities. How about that? The top scammers, celebrities. As Tone Talk says, the decadent veil has been lifted. The decadent veil has been motherfucking lifted. Well, as he says, it's slowly being lifted, or it's being lifted, something like that. He said it's one of his articles, really good article. Book of Rhymes. Are you a software engineer? I don't know. Who's a software engineer? If I was an engineer, I'd probably be like a linguist engineer in like some kind of like film studio somewhere, helping like inanimate objects have feelings. You lost your house? You lost your house? I don't know what you mean. Gordon, San Francisco was bad for people. People are living in RVs in some intents. Yes. I live off grid, no bills. Nice. I happily live off grid. Yeah, living off grid would be great. It's a little hard for a female to do that. I mean, they can. I've seen it. I couldn't be alone though. I'd have to have like the 2 dogs with me. It'd be nice. Straight up protectors, not nice to nobody. Just me. I need a good man. Are you volunteering? No, I'm kidding. Just joking. I'm kidding. Please don't take me seriously. I'm just making jokes. It's a little bit of my humor. Ignore it. But yeah, the incremental change, great point, Filmer. Wonderful point. Wonderful point. But again, it kind of ties back into what I was saying about infrastructure, and also why it should be a public utility. The internet should be a public utility. At this point, electricity should be a public utility. Waters should be a public thing. You shouldn't have to worry about paying for it or it being dirty. This country's too wealthy. Country's too wealthy to treat the people inside like the people that you hate the most in the world. Like it's just they need to just they gotta pay what they owe. We need reparations. Black Americans, descendants of chattel slavery, need reparations, and we need a Black agenda that can help us keep us safe, have us protected, and we gotta learn and flourish on our own. Because honestly, that's all we need. We don't need you to come in here. No, thank you. We've been amongst your bullshit for long enough. Thanks. So taking it. Talked about this earlier. Taking it. Well, I kind of always direct people to people who've been putting in the work, which is Antonio Moore and Yvette Carnell. They've been doing a lot of great work in trying to educate people in reparations, because it's a scary thought, because people get scary. Oh, money, we're going to give Black people stuff. We don't want to do it. Like, they're just awful. So, but these people have been doing great work. They spent a lot of time educating people, and I kind of always direct them to them and see what they're doing, what they're up to, and how the movement's going in that direction. Because the reality is that you're going to have a lot of people who are going to say they're not for it. They're going to say that, you know, they shy away from it. And I don't know. A friend of mine made a very valid point. He said that Black people are doing, and I hate using that term Black because it's flattening us. We're very diverse, but ADOS, or fundamental Black Americans, whatever your terminology is, but specifically ADOS movement. Yeah, we need shit. And I'm hoping that it's more evident now. Like I hope that all the stuff that we've been going through, dealing with the pandemic, because it's been interesting to see the evolution of people during this time. And if some people can't see that we need this, I'm not quite certain when the time would be. So I don't know. All I know is that I've come to the severe realization that I'm cool at leaving the place that I'm at. So I'm definitely getting the fuck out of this hellhole. So I was kind of thinking that too tonight when I was getting ready to do this incremental change thing. And I was thinking that I wonder what lessons people have learned during this time, you know? Like what have people learned while going through this, like going through the ups and downs and the ebbs and flows of the craziness that's been happening since the coronavirus is like kind of derailed life normalcy, I guess. I feel like people are determined to keep going. They're determined to keep fighting. They're determined to do what they need to do for themselves and support themselves. But I don't think they're at that point yet where they really want to like change, like really change things yet. I don't think it's gotten so bad yet that people are like, okay, enough's enough. Like, I just don't see the science yet. I don't feel that feeling yet. But then again, you just never know. And again, a great journalist. His name is Chris Hedgens. He said it great. He's like, you just never know when, like, you can see all the elements for a fire, but you just don't know what's gonna spark it yet. You don't know what's really gonna push that thing over, And I don't know. I feel like something's coming, but I couldn't say for sure like how it would. But the way things are going, it just feels like something's got to give eventually. So, Filmer, have you noticed no one is talking about reparations for ADOS in California anymore? There's a bill. I know that much that they're supposed to be studying stuff, but it's kind of how most things go. It doesn't get much television until it passes something. Like when it first first bill came out, where they put it into California, where they're going to start studying it. That got some movement. Some people were talking about. But now you're going through the process now, so it's just interesting. I did watch the Herschel thing, and that made me sick to my stomach when they were talking about the HR 40, and I was just like, this is some bullshit. But there's always going to be people who are in it who are going to do whatever they can to, stop reparations. It's just kind of baked in the cake. Hold on a second. It's kind of like baked in the cake of like living in a place like this. Book of Rhymes. Most don't learn, just complain. Yeah, true. Gordon says, I think it's really showed how self-sufficient we really are, what jobs are needed, and how to really work on their security. How self-sufficient we really are. Are we self-sufficient? What do you mean by we? Exactly. Who's we? What jobs are needed and how to really work on their security? They already got security down. They spend billions upon billions of dollars in military and security. They know how to do security. That's not the issue. Yeah, we definitely know what jobs are needed, but the security thing, they know how to do security. They're just acting. That whole thing about the Capitol, that was all an inside job bullshit thing. And not just that. I don't want to make it seem like, it's just that, but I don't know, it's America. Bunch of these white people storming the Capitol and they don't even get charged with anything. They're not even getting charged with real like crimes or anything. This shit's crazy. There's some people who I think they're still trying to go to trial. They're trying to like determine. Dude, you gotta look at my Instagram where I talk about one lady who was at the Capitol who I think she tried to sell a computer to another country, and the judge like went on this prophetic banter talking about, oh, why would you do this to your mother? I'm gonna send you home to your mother, and you better mind your mother. And I'm like, she's 22 years old. What are you talking about? Mind your mother and I'm sending you home to your mother. Talking to her like she's like 8 years old. It was weird. It was, I don't know, it was the most scariest thing I ever seen. She was probably 22, but she looked like she was like 30 years old or something. I was like, okay, well, anyway. Yeah, I explained that we part. Sorry. The good thing is that you are self-sufficient. I'm on my way as well. Oh, you're talking about Hebrew, yeah. Book of Rhymes, right. I was just talking about my ventures earlier. Don't look for them to help me. I must help myself, and the info and tech is here. That's another reason why we won't get reparations, because there's too many people saying, I gotta figure out on my own. And good for you if you do. Again, there's something, okay, so there's something about, today I had an interesting experience. Met somebody I was walking, and it's an older person, older generation. And they used a terminology that made me like, my eyes like got wide, and I was like, what? They use a terminology back in the day, and I'm not going to say it on here because it just like threw me off, and I'm still processing it. And they use a terminology that like really threw me off, and I learned very quickly with that short interaction that education would make the situation a lot easier and better to digest, because they're using a term that's outdated and highly racist. And you say all day long, like, oh, we can help each other out. Like, we're so dysfunctional. And the reason why a lot of times we are dysfunctional, not saying like every single one of us is dysfunctional, no. Because we clearly have the capacity to work together and get together and have conversation. But I'm looking at it from the standpoint of the fact that I do know that we have a lot of mental issues. And mental issues is why, let me be specific. I'm sorry. I don't mean to sound so brash or anything like that. We are dealing with mental traumas that are extending from layers and upon layers of issues that we've had to deal with on either a daily basis. Some of us know how to deal with these things better because maybe we've had access to better, like, sources of relief, like healthier forms. Like maybe you spent more time talking to people. Maybe you brought brighter things into your life, better things to your life. Maybe you were focused on better things. But to say, self-sufficiency, and I'm going to do this for me, and that's great. But this is also why we can't get reparations, because of that thinking right there. I'm not going to have anybody think, like, yeah, that's great if you do great. That's perfect and good for you. This is why there's a lot of people who work like this, and they need people like that who have the passion to do it, because they understand that good for you, one person who made it. While the rest of your people are highly uneducated, they perpetuate the same issues that we strive to get out of because they don't have the tools, right? They don't have the things they need to get out of their situation. You're good, but the rest of the people on the ship are having a hard time because they don't have the tools. Now, you know how you get the tools? It's not because you, one person, did a good job. Statistics show that the government assists a lot of people with the things that they have. They pour resources into other communities. And the fact that you can even go and get a loan and do these things independently is because Black people and other people fought for you to even do the things you're doing right now. So when you say it's not going to happen, I think that's why it's not going to happen. People who won't even talk about it, people are scared to even bring it up because they're afraid, oh, shoot, I know what these white people are going to do. I know historically what happens. So when people do this, bad shit happens to them. Well, bad shit's happening to us now. And it's all over the media. It's all over in people's phones. You know, people see all this shit happening. So I'm good for you, individual, for getting the things that you need. I'm happy for you. Absolutely. Never going to shit on your, like, I'm not going to do it. But I'm also not going to act like that type of thinking doesn't stop things from happening. There's a lot of people. Okay. There are people who literally have been stopped and kept out of industries and allowed to. I'm not so arrogant to think I'm going to start a business and there's no way people can block me because I have a business. That's just ridiculous to think. And it's dishonest. There's plenty of books. If you look at the history of Black entrepreneurship, it talks about how like they've been blocked. Hell, Byron Allen just did $1 billion lawsuit against Comcast. And he had all this evidence to prove there was discrimination. And he still lost. Like, I just don't understand. I just don't understand when people say that. I'm like, I'm happy for you. I want people to do well. That's great. At the same time, to say, I'm going to get mine and like, it's whatever, they're not going to do anything. I'm like, enough was done for you to even have that bombastic way of thinking. Because it's pretty bombastic if you think about like what you couldn't have before, like even being literate. You know, you used to do the slaves that were literate. They didn't just kill them. I love how people are like, oh, they just end their life. They just died. And they very like dehumanized that whole thing of dying, right? They used to cut the tongues out of the ones that could talk. They cut their fingers. They make them blind. So that took a lot for us to get to the point. Like, there's a lot of people who sacrificed their own well-being and could have easily been like, I'm just going to do my own thing and I'll just figure it out. But the only reason they were able to get ahead was because other people really got in there and clawed and screamed and fought. That's just what it is. Reparations, a book of rhymes. In what form would reparations come in? Outwitting the Devil is a great book. It is. In what form would reparations come in? Reparations wouldn't come in just funds. That's a ridiculous notion. You have to have it because you live in a society that money is a thing. So you have to have that. But one of the main things is health. I stress that often because that is one of the main things that they kept away from us. Again, you only have to read really one book to really understand this, the medical apartheid, but there's other books. So they talk about how that severely hindered us. I did a stream where I kind of briefly delved into the subject where I mentioned that, you know, doctors who die early from diseases impact tons of people because they've been treating people for a while. They've built relationships. Like, one doctor can impact 100 people instantly, and then their family instantly because you're building an intimate relationship with the doctor. That's why people don't want to leave their doctors. That's why they don't want to leave certain places. They don't want to leave the places that they made homes because they have all their connections there. That's why it's so hard for people to up and leave because they've made establishment. They've established something here, you know? And they talk about some other books I've read. I'm trying to remember the other books I've read on like medical, especially with Black medical people. But you can apply this to, it's a cultural thing. You can apply this to the cultural if you know, if you so please. That having Black doctors allowed Black people to get the health care that they needed because they never were being treated fairly by other doctors. Still happens today. So you have to have medical. You have to have medical because a life lost because you couldn't get proper health care affects other lives. I'm just saying. So the proper healthcare thing, I think, is definitely one in reparations. The second thing is, well, definitely investments in companies that profited from slavery. So we would allow to get investments in those companies, and also investments in land. Education has to be a must. I think that education should be majority of it, if not, if possible, it'd be great to see that education be waived for us, or a specific grant given for a certain amount, right? And then whatever specificity would go to certain things, depending on, this requires a lot of research, but you can just look at the things that were affected by the most: healthcare, job security, no investments, no wealth. We've been deprived of everything. So you have to, that's the thing that we would have to agree upon, That's the peace treaty, if you will. That's the signing of stop harming me. I mean, think about it like this. People love to bring up like other people who've gotten reparations, right? In some form, they got reparations, whether it be a piece of like pieces of areas that are specifically for their group of people, whatever. Some people call them like reservations. Or they get certain protections, certain money gets allocated to them. People often refer to Holocaust survivors. They'll get certain types of funding given to them. And there's certain protections that come behind that, right? So we need those things too. We need safeguards as well. And I would argue the safeguards have to be monumentous because we've had a lot happen to us for a long time. And I think that this country understands the weight of the debt, but I don't think they really understand the weight of the debt. I mean, this is why things aren't working very well, You can't keep taking and taking from the people that work are in your country and thinking like, okay, this is gonna keep going. It just can't. Like capitalism fundamentally can't. It's rooted in something that can't keep going the way it is. So, Aaron, getting the money is not as valuable as the know-how to how to keep the money. Aaron, the Native American reparations received theirs without the time lapse. Same thing with the Japanese internment camp. Yeah. Yeah, we need protections. Yeah. and it's been too long, and everybody keeps acting like they don't want to give it up. But it's not, again, it's not give. No one's going to give. They're not going to give. I'm not going to say no one, but they're not going to give. It's always been a fight. It's always been, I got to take it, but I got to take it in a way that you're not going to brutalize me. Like, we've been good. We've been figuring out how to take things and change things and trying to avoid the malicious nature of whiteness, of capitalism. We've been trying our best, but it's getting to the point where, unfortunately, again, since we've been so disenfranchised and we're all just trying to figure out a way to survive and have happiness here, we tend to like sabotage ourselves. And again, it's just the nature of the thing. It makes sense why we do it to each other. At the same time, it's horrible because if we just we just work together, then we could do well. But again, I don't know, how well can you do in a place where it's not meant for you? I don't know. I guess all you can do is keep doing what you've been doing, which is fighting, So, but then again, you could just be somebody who's like, I'm just gonna do my own thing. There is no you that's not impacted by others or their environment. Like, there's no you, Like, there's no you. There's no you that's not impacted by others in their environment. So when people are like, oh, I just want to go off and do my own thing, it's just like, the fact that you can go off and do your own thing is impacted by other people and what they did in the past. Like, that in itself is just ridiculous. So, but yeah, we need reparations. So that's it. Like, period. That's it. Like, that's it. Like, we need reparations. And people who deny it, I just kind of feel like, listen, what are you doing today? What productive thing are you doing today? It's almost like people are like, well, if it's not giving me any money, right? Like, immediately, then I don't want to do it. And I'm like, okay, well, everybody else is getting money right now. Everybody's getting handouts. Like, people are getting like protections and stuff signed for them. And we're not getting anything. Oh, they're not going to give us anything, so I'm just not going to do it at all. I'm just not going to participate at all. Okay. Like, what is this? Grade school? What is this? Aaron says, I'm really more concerned with the fact that most of us won't know how to keep the money. Again, that's a part of education, though. That's all a part of the reparations thing. You know what I mean? And I think what I'm more worried about, first of all, if reparations even happened, right? If reparations even happened, I know I'm pushing for it. I'm doing everything I can. I'll donate to it. I do what I can. Within my with my limitations. But if it ever got passed, keeping the money, I think that it is arrogant to tell a group of people that we're going to give you a lump sum of money, let's say $300,000. I'm just making that up. There's nowhere near the amount of money we should get. But anyway, that amount of money. And then if they spent it, to tell them that, oh, that's all of it right there, and like nothing else. Nah. I think we need to be on payments, like reoccurring payments. People are talking about the UBI, like, universal basic income. There needs to be money specifically allocated to the ancestors of people who went through the atrocities of slavery in the United States. specifically ADOS, specifically American Descendants of Chattel Slavery. I'm no fucking fool. Why in the world would I sign a contract where I only get $300,000 and then, oh, well, you're also getting free education. Also getting, it's not free. That's why I keep trying to tell people this is not free. This is a debt that's owed. So no, I wouldn't be so foolish. And I would not be worried about them keeping it, because my thing is that would be part of the educational thing that would be required for them to be part of the reparation. So I'm not worried about that. Yeah, it's kind of already for some things. Certain places in the United States, education is kind of free. Like junior college is kind of free because you get like grants and stuff like that, and it comes from a different pool of grants, of loans. But yeah, why not? Because it was denied for so long. I don't see what the issue would be. And I also stipulated earlier that there are ways that you can construct it that you can pay. It would pay. You can pay into it, so it's not difficult to do. It's not hard to do. It's just somebody writing it up and people agreeing, really. Aaron. But same issue, having a constant flow of income doesn't mean we all, like I already said, the education would be built into this. It'd be part of like money management. Kind of like how they have NFL players now who are required to take classes on how to like keep their wealth and how to invest. But instead, it wouldn't just be classes. It'd be built into the entire system. That's my point. See, doing something like this requires like specificity on the level that people don't even want to read. This is why they have like, you see the bills, like this is a 5,000 stack, the stack, paperwork. There's a reason why. That's a contract. And there's all these stipulations and so on and so forth put in there. Then you go back and you rewrite. So all this would be built into it. You know what I mean? You can layer these things to make them work. It's not impossible. It's just how you structure it, like anything else. And then I always tell people, like, okay, think about what you're saying, right? Pay no taxes. Well, I think that there's some taxes that you can't avoid, but I do think there's a lot that we shouldn't even have to deal with. I think that there's a way that you can write that, that it doesn't seem unfair, even though, again, that fair thing. But sometimes when you're negotiating situations, right, sometimes you have to agree to things that you feel like you don't have to agree to because you're like, why do I have to budge on this? But sometimes to get the bigger picture or the biggest benefit, sometimes you have to bend on smaller things. So when you're writing stuff like this, there's a possibility that could be the situation, you know. Even as a standalone bill, you can come across these types of things. It really just depends on who's writing it, which is why I keep saying that I think the most eye-opening thing for me was to learn that Antonio Moore is an attorney and Yvette Carnell worked with in political stuff. And it seems to make sense in terms of the legacy suit, like the heritage issue. Like it's a heritage problem, it's a legacy issue. It's a class action law. Oh, class action law. It's not a class action lawsuit. Sorry, it's a lineage suit, a lineage claim, which makes sense. Which is also why they were saying they're putting money towards studying it in California, because all the stuff that I told you, some people don't even understand the layers of which like people were impacted by slavery, which is why people don't want to go on to do the work, because it required a lot of research and layers and a lot of things that you'd have to confirm. There's so much. Some people have already done a great, have given a great breadth of work into it already. Like some of the research they've already given gives a lot of layers to it. There's a lot that's already owed from just a couple of people who, not even a couple, a lot of people who put together that information already. So, Aaron, shouldn't the goal be to be self-sufficient, not dependent on assistance? Otherwise, not to make a Republican talking point. Okay. Yeah, that's a myth. I'm gonna say it again. It's a myth. Self-sufficiency is ridiculous. Everybody has subsidies. The people, not subsidies. People get assistance from the government all the time. Teachers get assistance from the government. Companies get assistance from the government. Everybody gets assistance from government. People get assistance from the government because that's Big Daddy. That's the Zaddy. That's the one who creates the money. The pockets are fat and swollen. Okay. So when people talk about self-sufficiency, you're insulting my intelligence because all these programs are grants and funds and come from this special pool and this, that, and the third. We are not self-sustaining islands. Islands are also not self-sustaining, so there's no self-sustaining anything on land that's not yours. Remember, even if you buy land, what is called eminent domain? Not even eminent domain. There's like literally legal land laws at different places where you never own it. If they want to come in and buy it, they can take it. So, talking about, self-sufficient, you can be, I guess, self-sufficient to a point, right, where you can have like a garden and stuff like that. But the reality is that not a lot of people can do that, and it's disingenuous. It has people sitting in a state of mind like, oh, I live in this place and it's just me living here. It's almost insulting. So yeah, you can be self-sufficient on a lot of things, but again, you might be able to do that. Everybody else is kind of screwed, but plenty of people get help from the government. Why do Black people keep being scared of the idea? Like, I hate to put it that way. Like, I don't want to put that particular thing out there. I'm just saying that I think it's interesting. I really don't understand the thinking. I don't know. Government helped me get through a lot of things in life that other people around me couldn't do. They didn't have the ability to do it. Like it's insulting the more I think about what people say, like self-sufficient. Because there's plenty of people living on the street right now, like, and you think that's self-sufficiency, living on the street because they didn't go and get government help. My point is this. I think that's such an absurd thing to say. What about people who are on Section 8, welfare, WIC, all this stuff that like I needed when I was growing up because I was in poverty? People who talk about, oh, self-sufficiency. What are you talking about? Yeah, you do have to learn how to take care of yourself, sure. But this is a strange, it's an odd thing to say. It's almost like people are kind of like giving up on everything, and I think that's weird. Because there's plenty of people who can't even, I don't know, that's just strange to me. There's plenty of people who can't even help their neighbor. But if their neighbor got on the government program, they'd be okay, or they're able to feed their kids. Is the whole plan to be yeah, this is why we need reparations. Everybody's doing, like my friend said, he said it best. He's like, everybody's doing are doing all the things of people who need reparations. Like, we're doing all the things to create reparations instead of the thing we need to do to get reparations. We could talk like we have reparations already. We talk like we have reparations. We talk like we have all these resources. We talk like we have all this ability. We talk like that. We talk like a big talk without the ability. It's just odd. Aaron says, I know what you are getting at. Using those programs to help yourself is fine. Most people use those programs and stay on them. Some use them to get off, like me. Must don't do that. Yeah, it wasn't about getting off or on. That's another thing. I don't know where that's coming from. The programs have changed. The programs didn't stay the same. After a while, what they started doing, because they're such pieces of shit in the United States, that if people kept getting pregnant. And also, here's another idea. This is something that always bothered me about people. Just because you grew up in a situation and got out of it doesn't mean it was easy for someone else to get out of that situation. I'm not that person. I have no idea what their trauma they went through. I don't know what happened in their life. I don't know what kind of things that hindered them. I have no idea. I know what things hindered me and what things I was able to get through. But just because I was able to get through those things doesn't mean somebody else could. When people say, oh, it's the survival of the fittest, I'm like, no, this is just savage behavior. So if your environment is savage behavior, I'm not going to criminalize people who are dealing in an unfair environment and tell them that they're the fault. They're the reason why they're living in the bad situations they're living in. They perpetuate it because that's how it's set up. And again, some people know how to figure it out and negotiate through it, but I'm not going to sit here and act like, oh, bitch, this whole system isn't working against people. It is. I was talking to somebody about like how they were like, oh, I got mad. Okay. It was somebody I know who was working in a government program. They were talking to somebody in a social work setting, and they were like, well, I was mad at this person because they were like, this woman was getting angry at me on the phone. She said she needed this and that for her kids. And I was listening to her getting upset and whatever. And I was like, getting upset for what? She's like, because, do something with your life. Don't just become calling me and telling me you need something. I'm like, who are you to block it? I said, I'm not here to judge whoever person is doing whatever. I don't know. If there's limited resources allocated to this division, then you can say that. But if it's not limited, then give the person what they need. Why are you a gatekeeper? Who are you to gatekeep? Now, I'm not here to judge people in that fashion because, again, I don't know what the fuck they went through. I know what I went through growing up. And, bitch, I'm not going to sit here and try to judge a whole bunch of people because of what? Because some stupid social standard somebody told me because they think they know the way. No, people need to understand that what you need to do is be adults and realize that you need to get into the action of getting like what's needed for your group of people and stop acting like, oh, I can protect my group of people. You can't. You couldn't. And now we need reparations for the savagery we had to go through. Yes, everybody's different. And how things affect, yes, thank you. Wallbanger in 1982. What are you saying is that everyone is different? Yeah, everyone is different. Yeah, I'm not here to like sit here and talk shit about somebody who's trying to like, get some extra fucking dollars in their pocket from a government program. You're not going to hear me say that. People are trying to survive. People do things out of desperation. I don't tell you. There's a lot of people who wouldn't be in college because of if government programs didn't step in. How disrespectful is this? You gotta figure out a way to do this shit on your own. You know how many people couldn't even go to college without government assistance? That's help. That's aid. Oh, dude. Oh, who in your life is giving you $20,000 right now? Who can you call? Who can you call? What rich uncle can give you $20,000 to go to school right now? Who? I'm waiting. That's government. And it's public information. You can look this up. You can look the public information, how much money gets allocated into. As a matter of fact, you don't even have to look at last year's. All you gotta look is the budget that was passed for COVID to go to schools to change their infrastructure so they can have more students doing online shit. You can look at right now. Exactly. Book of Rhymes says nobody and they owe me money. Exactly. So nobody that you know can afford these things. And yet somehow you can take a benefit from this thing and say that we don't need those things. That's crazy. How do you access a better life? There's only a couple ways they tell you to access a better life. Did you know that vocational schools also get paid with government grants? So how are you gonna get it? How are you gonna become a carpenter? How are you gonna become an electrician? Where do you get the money from? How are you even able to get the loans to get that? How can you even get it? How are you able to even get it? The government. Unless your family just had a trade and they taught you to trade. If that's the case, wonderful for you. That's great. I'm glad your family knows a trade. That's dope. What I'm saying is that saying that, being independent and like, oh, we gotta like defend for ourselves. I'm like, none of y'all relatives got any money. We can look at the charts. They don't have it. You need government assistance. You are all doing things that require resources, reparations. Nobody wants to hear it. Nobody likes it because a bunch of people who've been abused and brutalized don't want to be being reminded they were abused and brutalized, but you were, and it sucks. It's horrible to know that. It's not cool. It don't make you feel good. It don't make me feel good, But that's what happened. That's what happened. So when people say, we got to figure out our own, you're not figuring out your own. You don't have the money. You don't have the manpower. You don't have the political capital. To be fair, Aaron says, to be fair, everyone does get forms of government handouts, mostly large corporations. Government handouts. Yeah, again, that terminology I don't like. A handout, giving. Okay. Government, the government isn't giving people stuff. Things are transactional. It's like take, like there's a, I don't want to say give and take. There's a it's an exchange. Government's looking at their situation. They're saying, okay, a bunch of my people who live here. Well, I want my place to be safer, so I'm gonna put money into, security. Okay, cool. Well, think of it like a tactical game. You're like, okay, I need more food for people, more people living in this area. I need more infrastructure stuff. Okay, my people aren't as educated. I need to educate them on doing these things. So I gotta like have programs for them. I gotta give them more education so they can do all the things I need improvement on. You know what I mean? So that's what needs to happen. I don't know. It's not a handout. It's an exchange. People are staying here and they're like, oh shoot, the government's giving me these things to like make my life better, and me making my life better creates, a situation where I can be happy, where I can maybe have a family. And then you have a family, and then maybe your family's like, oh shoot, I want to do well too, so I can buy. So it grows, right? Your society grows because it's an exchange. They're exchanging their time and their energy and their labor, and they're giving it back into this place that invested in them. Yeah, I think I said subsidy before. Subsidy tax write-offs. Most of it helps the rich. So to be fair, government helps out a lot. Government helps out with a lot of things. Should we call it an investment? Yes, investment's a better term because that's actually what you're doing. You're investing in the people, and then people are investing back in you in exchange. They're exchanging. So, um, so we have to do that same form of exchange. We're just not doing it in a good way. Um, we don't have a lot of political power because we're the underclass. Black Americans are an underclass. That requires a lot of things that we don't have, which is why I keep saying reparations. Reparations is that should be a focus, for people. But I think the idea of doing it is just overwhelmingly scary to people. Like people can talk around it all the time. People can talk about race around the time. They can talk about class. They can like bring up other things, but they'll talk around it all day long. But I think there's a real fear in doing it. Like I literally watched a lady that was on MSNBC, and it wasn't like I wanted to watch it. It's just happened to be on here. So this black lady, she used to be, I think she was over the agricultural department, and she quit because the guy was a racist. They like fabricated a video or audio that she did and made it sound like she was being racist or discriminatory towards white farmers, when that's not what she said at all. She actually was defending white farmers and black farmers. And so the guy that was over it, was going to fire her. So she resigned. And in this segment, they were talking about farmers and the devastation they're going through during COVID. She gets up there and she's like, I'm not saying that we need reparations, but there needs to be programs that help the black farmers because they're being devastated. I'm like, why are y'all so scared to say the word? Like the word scares them. Like, I don't want to say it's reparations, but that same guy actually ended up trying to hire her back. Like, oh, I made a mistake, blah, blah, blah. And she's like, nah, I'm not coming back, bitch. Fuck you. She's like, you fooled me once. Shame on me. Shame on you. You fooled me twice. Shame on me. You know what I mean? Like, what did he say? Don't get fooled again? Some shit like that. I can't remember what he said. Bush said. Dumbass. But anyway, Yes, Aaron, investment. So how the idea has been marketed. It's why I said investment, because the government invests in a lot of stuff. Yes, it's better to call it an investment, because I think you start changing the mindset of how you start viewing your situation. If you start viewing your situation as, an exchange, then I think you can start looking at it from more of a business standpoint, looking at like, you know, if you want us to interact in your society in this particular way, you want us to uh, participate in this, then we need to have equity. Equity is also a terminology that's way more accurate and actually makes more sense opposed to using the term equality. I remember I was reading the 48 Laws of Power. Here we go. 48 Laws of Power. So I was reading the 48 Laws of Power, and in the beginning of the first chapter, they talk about the myth of equality. And I'll try to summarize it as concisely as possible and as accurately as possible. But it was talking about how hold on. Sorry about that. So it was talking about how equality diminishes excellence and elevates like the mediocrity, elevates like the things that aren't great, elevates people who weren't that great. And I thought it was interesting. It delves a little bit more like, more academically, but pretty much summing up the idea that equality is a strategy. It's a tactical tool used to equally distribute the goods, the earnings amongst people who are the excellent to the people that are not so much. So imagine like you work really hard, right? You're an awesome worker, you're a hard worker, and everybody's about to get a bonus. And then they come and say, well, everybody's getting the same amount of bonuses. Yay, everybody's getting the same amount. And you're looking at your stuff and you're like, wait a minute, I busted my ass. I did harder work. I had better ideas. And you gave me the same amount as these people. So that's what equality does, and why that's a trap opposed to equity is really what we need. So again, that term investment makes more sense. Equity makes more sense. So that's kind of how I look at an exchange. So but we all kind of have to like, start figuring that out. But again, I'll quote the brilliant Malcolm X. He said, "I once did not know." He said, "You didn't know what you did." He said, "You didn't know. You didn't know what you didn't know now," or something like that. Pretty much, you didn't know something before, now you know it now. Pretty much, you didn't always know what you knew now that you know that you know now. Something like that. I can't remember it completely. I'm so sorry. It's like one of my favorite quotes from him. I can't believe I can't remember it. I'm a ham, sorry. Ham cheese sandwich right now. There was once a time that you didn't know what you know now that you didn't know then, or something like that. Yeah. Most Americans are selfish. How would you market the idea of equity to most Americans? Well, because hindering things stops their progression as well. It stops their ability to access new ideas. It stops their ability to have brand new, shiny things that people like. People like brand new, shiny things. So it stops your ability to have access to better things in life, better forms of healthcare. There's plenty of doctors who were brilliant, who did groundbreaking work that got overlooked because they were racially discriminated against. And they hindered brilliant minds from going into medicine because of shit like that. And you could have possibly stopped the progression of this said thing or this said thing. And it's been shown that that happens. So they stop their ability from becoming better because they hinder the ability of others. So the idea of equity would have to be the major one right there. That giving equity to people that you've denied actually denies your ability to be better as well. And you can layer that in so many ways. You can give great details to that. But I think you can also do some other appeals. I think it depends on the person you're talking to. If you're talking about people who strive to want to appeal to the idea of being better, like self improvement, or the idea of being elite, then they'll kind of go into they'll probably go along with that idea. But you can pull so many other ideas. If you hinder things, progression, period, you hinder yourself. There's so much knowledge you cut off, and it's not a smart move. Well, it is. This has been a long stream. I want to wrap it up. I want to say thank you so much for coming tonight. I had a wonderful night tonight with all of you. Thank you so much to everybody that came. I'm going to try to name you all by one. Aaron, thank you so much for coming. I'm so glad you showed up tonight. I'm glad that you had your perspective. That was wonderful. Again, I'm working on. I know I keep saying it, but I feel like if I keep saying it, I put out there, I'm working towards it, then I'm probably gonna get the StreamYard thing finally working properly. I'm hoping the internet has been steady. It's been steady throughout this stream, so I'm glad. Still working on fixing that. I got a new router, so I'm like trying to make sure that's working properly. I will have my other camera up. My other one was just acting crazy today, and I had to switch laptops. A lot happened today. Book of Rhymes, thank you so much for coming. Always enjoy. Wallmaker 1982. Welcome. Thank you so much for coming. I love when you show up. Mr. Gamer Watch, Mr. Gamer, thank you for coming as always. And I love your commentary on my Instagram. If y'all know my Instagram is, if you go to the homepage on this screen, you will see some information on there. I also have my Cash App up there if you feel like you want to donate. All the donations do go to the channel, help me improve on things, do some more research, analyze things, share some of the stuff that I go through. I actually also do purchase classes, and I do walk through classes and learn after streams. Like I'll stuff that we talk about, if I think it's interesting enough, like when people send me ideas that they want me to talk about, I will actually purchase classes and research some of it so I can give a better insight if it's something that I'm not too keen on. So it goes to stuff like that as well. Let me see. If you want, no big deal, you don't have to. Lemon Head, Hebrew 7, thank you for coming and sharing all that information with me. I have to look into the person you were talking about. SV Filmer, thank you so much for coming. I don't know if I said that before, but thank you so much. And again, brilliant thought on the security companies and hacking and stuff like that as an incremental change issue. Stuart Gordon. I don't know if I pronounced your name wrong. I apologize if I did. I'm sorry. Mr. Gordon, brilliant tonight. Thank you so much, sir. I really did enjoy your commentary. Enjoyed your perspective. Let me see. Like I said, well, I think said gamer, filmer. Pierre. I know Pierre went to left. Thank you for coming, Pierre. Kevin, Jason, thank you so much for coming. Did appreciate your commentary. Thank you for coming. Let me see who else. I think that was it. Yep, I think that was it. Thank you for everybody else who did not participate in the chat tonight. Gamers for life, yes. Anybody who joined in today and did not have anything to say in the chat, that's okay. If you're uncomfortable with talking in the chat, don't worry. You can always send me an email. If you don't have my email, I can send it to you as well. But again, you can also send me questions on Instagram. Sorry. Woo. It's been a long day. I apologize. Let me rub my eyes. Sorry. There we go. Let me get my juice. Hold on. Get my juice. I enjoyed learning something new as well. For the people who did not want to talk tonight, I understand. It's okay. No big deal. But I always encourage you, if you feel the need to interact, please do. Today was a good chat tonight. Again, I'm excited to have people up here talking. The fact that you all sat through 4 hours of me talking and interacting with me, I really enjoyed that. And I'm glad you all stayed stuck around. And I will see you all next Friday. If not sooner, we'll see. Maybe I'll do a pop-up show sometime. But I will see you again next Friday. Thank you, everybody, for coming. And I hope you have a lovely Friday night. And hey, look back at this and leave a comment if there's something that you thought was interesting. Peace, y'all. And have a good night. Oh, and Michael. I can't forget about Michael. Michael, love you. Hope your family's okay. Hope everything's great. And I will talk to you soon. So, all right, everybody. Peace, y'all. I'm sorry. Peace, y'all. Peace, y'all. Have a good night. May Pikachu bless you. Good night, everybody.